set up stuff here, so one moment. Do. Well, that didn't do the embed. It should. Oh. Gotta get the link to the server so people will join potentially, hopefully. I see. And some of these tracks are very interesting for game dev suggestions that they had. I mean, they're not terrible, they're interesting. I'll give them that. Interesting, yes, that is the word I'm looking for. This is not bad, I guess. Find the Discord. If I advertise it forever, eventually, everybody will join. Probably. Sure. Hey, Mike. Maybe. Yesterday was 9 hours. The day before that was like 10 hours. So I just spent a lot of time. Gotta fix those boss AIs, they're just stupid. Alright, this here. Not that. I did a bunch of changes and broke the AI on things and made my life hard. For reasons I don't know. I did a bunch of changes. I need the restream chat too. I don't know, about once an hour. There's plenty of points if I don't even do that. I need to get up way more often than I'm doing. I really need to get up and move around more than I'm doing. Got my chat ready. Good. And then turn this down in my ears because it's surprisingly loud. Yeah, I've been rebuilding this area to be more of a thing, and it's becoming more and more of a thing. Can't do a bunch of reworking to make it what I want it to be, but I'm not sure if we would have this room as something you go to until later. I need a moon tarot here, so I'm gonna make something for it and then build off the moon tarot there. So I probably get the moon tarot pretty fast, just so I have something else to build with. Because at this point I'll be bored with what I've already used. And now this is all fenced in like that, including having a back way through here to get to yet another room. In time it will all be good. Probably. But yeah, gonna probably fix Patrick today because he seems a bit busted, and then fix. I'll maybe work more on Voodoo. I don't know. What do I do for this one here? I just made small little ones? Sure. Guess I could dupe it. Just grab it all and dupe so it looks the same. Eh. Yeah, I definitely need to make a point of doing something different. I do get pretty excited when I see more and more people like watching. Makes me want to keep streaming for longer and longer. Plus, I got a person who was like, that's quite the following on TikTok who was watching me. That's always exciting when someone who actually has any kind of viewership notices what I'm doing. Because after all, I do intend to sell these games at some point, in theory. And anybody who's got viewership is pretty helpful in doing that, And I mean, like, real numbers, like has over 1 million views on a video kind of numbers. Those numbers are definitely eye-opening. But it also means that I went to bed, I think at like 8 a.m., woke up at 4 a.m., ate my food, immediately went off to work, got back home at, I believe, 8 p.m., ate food, and then started streaming at 9 or around 9. So, I mean, there's not a lot of free time in this day, There just wasn't. Oh, some of these are just off kilter in general. Actually, most of them are fine. It's actually just the last two that are weird. Fair enough. Well, that's actually the second person who's followed me with and has over 1 million views on a video. Those people who actually just told me that they were content creators. I don't look up every person who follows me to see if they're a content creator. But if you tell me you're a content creator, I'm like, that's cool, and I usually look it up. I'm also used to a lot of small content creators, so I try to support them if I can. For obvious reasons. As a little guy on the totem pole, I understand wholeheartedly. I don't think I actually need these here, do I? I think that they'll just look a little weird, I guess. Do they look weird? I don't know. What am I clicking on? I don't know, but it was weird. I think I'll leave them like that and just have them stuck in the wall. Ooh, I don't know, that's kind of weird. What about the underwater effects? Did those move with? Oh, I did move it with. Beautiful. The water effect moved here? Sure did. I got all these ones here. There should be some kill planes. Are those here too? Hell yeah. And these are the Humble Bundle things? Okay. Humble Bundle's got some weird game dev tracks. Yes. Well, fair enough. Well, thanks for dropping by and all that, you know. Saying hi. Gotta win that game jam for RPG Maker. I believe in you. You got this. Get yourself $1,000 and you'll pay more than I ever did on game dev. So true. If it wasn't like content suicide to do RPG Maker stuff, I would consider it for the $1,000, but it's pretty bad for content. I wish I could just trade my magic cards and make better than that in general. I don't know why I don't just trade my magic cards. I should have just been a lazy magic trader. So many mistakes have been made. So many mistakes. But that's okay. You gotta make the occasional mistake. Life-changing mistakes, like doing game dev over doing the thing that makes money. I'm so glad I started using the stupid shortcut for switching between those. For the longest time I didn't, and I was just stupid for not doing so. So I switch between those all the time. Oh. Okay. See, I just want one direction, not all of them. Sure. Let's do this real fast and 10 and 10 so you can actually see what's going on here. Perfect, perfect. And there's, you know what, you two should actually just be like at the same. I don't guess, I just do that. That helps a lot. They still have a hole between them, which is kind of weird, but close enough. And now that I've embraced the power of the spline, a lot of these areas that I originally designed just are getting a change. More ramps, less... I don't ever want to see stairs if I can avoid it in this game. I hate stairs. They suck. Nothing's more miserable in this game than climbing a set of stairs. Jesus. It's funny the first time because it's something unique. It stops being funny after the first time, though. I guess this has to go up because it has to go over that. Not wrong. It doesn't have to go up as soon as these stairs do. Beautiful. Unfortunately, you can't really get in between it very well, but that's fine, I guess. I'm probably just getting rid of all this crap and redoing it. So the enemies can fight me the whole way up. Really need a rail against a wall. That's still here for some reason. I kind of like these arches, but oh, it's just getting out of the axe in a second. That's just the door. I'm just gonna spline to replace all that crap, so it doesn't matter. Just spline the whole way down, move things around as I see fit. But I don't want to redo this room right now anyway. Not especially. I was just fixing up some of this crap. I really want a pathway through all this. Eventually this could be a bigger area too. I could actually cover a lot of section with it, which might happen. If I put the stairway in higher up, which I could do. Like this whole area could be water area, like a weird pirate village, which would be pretty sick. That might happen, honestly. This room's kind of crap anyway. I always thought it wasn't very good. I don't want that one that big. Smaller one. Honestly, I can just browse to it. I'm kind of of the opinion I should start streaming at 10 in the future. A lot of nights, it's not until 10 that I see any kind of traffic, which is like an hour into the stream. That means I could push 1 hour later too. Oops. Gotta set up a private stream on YouTube and test a lot of these tracks to see if they actually will get me flagged or not. Because if they won't get me flagged, some of these aren't too bad. Hey, Zanachi, pretty good. I'm just building some areas because, well, just kind of felt like it. Working on the second biome area, which I moved up in the air, make it way cooler. Supposed to be fixing the AI, some mobs, and improving some of the earlier levels, but I haven't, or some of the earlier rooms, but I haven't done that. Guess I'm on a spline point there, huh? Yeah, I decided to move, oh, I'll turn the lights back off. Easier to see. Oh, it's easier to see how the level will look, not easier to see overall. But, yeah, I moved the second biome up to the top area and created like a double floor thingy that's just sitting above it so you can see what's going on. And you'll be able to look out the windows as you're playing through the area. Oh, I'm gonna fall in the water there. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, see, so I'll be able to see the whole city doing things out there, and I'll have to make the city even cooler. I started adding in ramps in place of all the stairs because it's so hard to get enemies to go up and down stairs. But not ramps. There's all sorts of little ways there to wander through, but I'm still building the areas in between things. There's no keys or anything to get through anything yet. This room got a huge overhaul now. I mean, you probably recognize the room, but now the room is even more vertical than before. So this whole section of the game is getting changed. This because now you'll go up for the second area of it, then back down for the third area of it. I wanted a whole like moonlit garden type of area, and the problem with that is that it was that's really loud. The problem with that is that all the plants are then in the dark, and it was okay, that's cool. So now this room is like 3 stories tall. It's huge. It's like a giant atrium. So yeah, the pathway will be up to here instead. I may add more things up above in this room just because this room can't just be the coolest room. It has to be even more cool, but so you'll see blimps and things like that. The moon. And then I haven't done much of this yet. I moved the other rooms up there, so of course this room got added. I basically chopped up the room down here with the pirate stuff and everything. I'm probably gonna take this whole little pirate village thingy and make it the whole bottom area of this room because it looks cool. Get rid of this door and maybe this door. I don't know. We'll see. And of course my little tomato village thingy that got moved over here too. But it should be neat. Gonna give out the moon terror here because you can see the moon from here. I might move the moon around a bit though because I want the moon to be really visible. It's possible I want the moon to be higher, honestly. Harder position this than I thought. Maybe over here. I mean, obviously the clouds will move around a bit. These angles are so weird. I guess this always just moves it out, and then this just moves it to the side. Oh, thanks, yeah. Ultra Dynamic Sky. I highly recommend everyone pick it up the next time it's on sale. It's very worth. Does all the weather stuff too. But it's definitely perfect for here. Speaking of these things looking good, I was gonna add in my testing level. Because, you know, I might as well recycle, right? Even though I usually have, like, thunder and lightning on this level. Because it looks cool. With as much lightning as possible. More lightning bolts. Those are obscured lightning bolts. That doesn't do anything. Just I miss it? It's already on 25. Yeah, I was working on this is my boss fight area. To just test out things. It should be raining already, right? because it just seemed like it was such a great place for like almost like final battles. Of course, it's not where you actually fight this character. This is like the first major boss, so she doesn't really count, but I started making it a little better. She tries to poke you with the pin now. I don't know why she likes to spin a lot, but I gave her no health, so this way it could actually beat her up faster, get to the phases, but she needs to be more aggressive. She was really broken previously, and now it's... well, she just doesn't attack enough. Like, she's just standing there. I don't know why. She will stab you, though, with her pin. She's not really firing, or she didn't do a jump attack at me or anything, so... what you doing? You running away? The joke is she's kind of a diva and doesn't, you know, want to do the work anymore. She thinks she's better for it and I don't pay her enough. I don't pay anybody anyway, but... yeah, I don't know why you're not doing your stuff, though. Oh. Why did I H-load these? I have questions. Grid? Oh, something here probably has the wrong grid. Pretty much, yeah. The kind of things I gotta deal with here, you know what I'm saying? Pretty bad. You're just doing your thing, and then they're just like, nah, fam. And I'm like, really? Really? That's how it's gonna be? Damn. That's rough. I want to remove these from the grid, not add them to the grid. I mean, what is the grid called for this? Runtime partitions. Main grid. Okay, they're in the main grid. What is the problem? The problem. I'm assuming it's all these thingies that have problems. Oh, I see. Let me just go ahead and build the levels real fast here. Yeah, I was working on her. I got to fix Patrick because I changed how all the AIs worked, and it allows for more complicated behaviors, but of course immediately foobarred a whole bunch of things, because why wouldn't it foobar a bunch of things? I need to come up with better boss behaviors and make her more aggressive too. She seemed really aggressive previously though, so I don't know. But I did that for like 4 or 5 hours yesterday, and then I was like, I don't want to work on that, so I went to building levels instead. That's the story of my game dev yesterday. It was very exciting. 10 out of 10. You open up old Vu here. Make her a little more threatening. Every day I'll make her a bit more threatening. If it ever loads her. Not that hard to load, okay? You just taking your sweet time loading this blueprint? Okay. Sometimes she locks up, which is her problem. And I don't know why. Hey Matt, how's it going? It's doing okay. Sometimes it seems like it's not doing the best, but we're saying it's doing okay. I thought this boss was more aggressive and she's just not. I broke Patrick's AI by changing how all the AIs worked. Nice, nice. I mean, you know, who doesn't like the Magic 8 Ball? That's pretty sweet. There should be more Magic 8 Balls in the world. Oh, nice. I like that. I think you count Magic 8 Ball. Yeah. Nice, nice. Clicky, clicky. It's hazy, no. Keep clicking. And this 8 Ball feels like my AI, where it's like, can't do this now, can't do it later. It's hazy, we'll get back. Don't count on it. It definitely sounds like my AI, my enemy's AI right about now. That'd be funny. Yeah, that's cool. Apparently this thinks it's funny too. You see how perfect that is? I'm just saying, you know, the 8 Ball agrees that it needs to be done. Apparently it's decidedly so. You see, the 8 Ball agrees, you know? You know what has to be done here. You must connect it to the AI so the 8 Ball can take over the world. Someone needs a skin for, like, you know, ChatGPT Grok or something like that, where it's, you know, just an 8 Ball. Well, I mean, it's just like with anything. I can make up something that it's supposed to mean by just basing it on a random answers. It's fun to do that too, you know, either or. I can get behind both. Why isn't she moving and firing? You know, like, why do just one when she can do two? This is greater than 1,000 but less than 2,000? Sure. Hi Kitty, how's it going? Things go well with me. I'm dealing with the diva of a boss who doesn't want to fight. Did I? I've been streaming for like 35 minutes. Oh. Damn. Hell yeah, she's on strike. It's terrible. Getting her to do anything useful is terrible. I don't even pay wages. What kind of villain pays wages? Jeez. She thinks she can get better roles than this? With those fading looks? Yeah, right. Total diva. Ugh. Oh. Are you supposed to hang on for 5 minutes more? You have this. I believe in you. You get paid? Exactly. So now she's firing a lot more. She runs and fires. I like that. She just launches projectiles, everything she does. Hold on. Now she's angry. It's because she heard that that she wasn't good enough for other roles. Now she's all pissed at me. That's right. Be better tomorrow. That's right. Do better. Yeah, she's much angrier now. I just gotta talk trash about her all the time and she'll be like, yeah, she is. I don't know why she spins so much. She needs to close the distance from out of the from far ranges really fast. Yeah, I mean her head spins randomly for reasons. For some reason the animations just seem to make her head spin. I don't know why. I just clone them and no one else's head spins. But for her, she'll just randomly spin her head around in circles and it's like, I haven't seen any reason for it. Yeah, the fact that she has fires projectiles now every time she does a move is much better. I need to make her do that more often. Yeah. I kind of wanted to leap forward and swing her thing too. But the problem is right out here, where it's just a move direction and occasionally fire, and it's just... She just doesn't close the distance like you want her to. She really needs to just go nuts. I mean, probably. Let's grab the thing down here I have set up here. Let's try to make this work. It's a timing issue though. This is the problem, the timing thingy. Instead of having her do that up there, we're gonna... The move 2 is pretty weak. Like I want her to jump super far and just, do that. We'll do this. And then launch force of like 2,000 or something, and like a jump force of like, say at 1,000. This is a big battlefield, so I probably want a delay of maybe like 2 seconds or something before she swings her weapon. I don't think you said anything about it. You weren't ready to sound. I thought you had some health problems or something, and I think that was the last I heard of anything, but not any real specifics. I think you mentioned it in Fox's chat or something one time, like that you had health problems. I know. What's going on? Or I guess what went on. Hopefully it's past tense and whatever it is not a continuous problem. Oh wait, for an epic battle, one needs the bubble wand. Do it. Do your leap attack. Really? You're gonna do me like that, bro? Use it. That's much better. No more of this waiting on the other side of the battlefield crap. I don't know why she spins. It's weird. You can say whatever you want here. I mean, like, if you want to keep it, not public, you can DM it to me, or if you would prefer to say it here, you can do that too. That's way better. Oh, wow. No more escaping her. We're gonna fight. Oh, sorry to hear that. Losing family members is rough. My condolences. Hopefully he went peacefully. I gotta make this bubble one look less silly. Yeah. I get it. I know what my Dad passed. I didn't really talk to you for a couple months practically. Well, that's good. I hate to think people suffer. My God, she's getting a machine gun. Yeah, she's doing pretty good. A little better. We can if you want. Just as a man. I remember I lost my grandfather on my mother's side. And then that same month I lost my dad too. It was like it was not a good month. It's terrible. That was like 14 years ago. No, 10 years ago at this point. Around then, maybe 11. I lost my mother last year in November, right around Thanksgiving. Wasn't as close to her though, so it didn't hit me as hard. Close to her at all, to be honest. Oh, nice. She made a memorial page and everything. Nice, nice. Like he made it to a ripe old age. Lived a pretty full life. I don't know if you want it shown on stream, so I was just, looking at it in the background. Yeah, I mean, never underestimate the value of a good distraction, right? Oh, that's unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. But, I mean, I guess he has kids that are at least his, though. I don't have any kids. Not that I know of. We don't talk about the ones that got sent to China, right? Work in the factories. I mean, it's nice to take care of those who've been abandoned by their parents, essentially. I mean, I don't think I would do it, but I never professed to be a good person about that sort of thing. It's beautiful. Glad to hear it. Funerals really help those who survive a lot. As yeah, I mean, I guess this helps connect people who all cared about the person and shared grief. Kind of helps out. Nice. Oh, let me have to check that out later. Did page and video. That's cool that they do that. Didn't realize that was something they did these days, but I don't know. Whenever anyone passes, I don't even like looking at a lot of pictures of them later. It's just weird to me. I don't think you have to apologize for that. I mean, that's kind of what happens at funerals. If people aren't crying, you got to wonder Are they really there for that person? You know? Oh. That's a long-standing relationship that's not usually an exciting one to have. Like, most time, long-standing relationships are pretty good, but a long-standing one with a funeral home is... That one hits a little different, I think. Of all the things I hope to have a long-standing relationship with, that ain't one. But I don't think... Actually, I never even got invited to my mother's funeral, so I don't even know what happened with her. I'm just like, cool, great, and I don't even know what happened. No one said anything. Messed up. Oh. Well, I guess having a family funeral home is a thing. Ah, how can I not be invited? I wasn't really close to her. She wasn't really close to me in general. I don't know why. She never really was. So yeah, when she passed away, I guess I just didn't get an invite. I wasn't surprised. Yeah, hey, your cousin dying of a drug overdose. I could see that being pretty bad. I mean, you know, I'd go to someone's funeral if I was invited. I mean, as long as I knew they were. I'm not going to some random person's funeral I've never heard of, obviously. Nice. Oh no, it's all good, isn't it? It's just not everyone's family is as close as it could be. Despite much attempts to be close to my mother, she never really was very interested in that for whatever reason. Yeah. So when I lost my dad, I was torn up because he was like in my life all the time. Lost her. To be fair, I barely noticed. She was never in my life for the most part, so. Ooh. I mean, she was around the area, but she just, yeah, not interested. I'm glad your grandfather's funeral was packed. You know, I mean, like being that influential in life, you know, or people like you enough that that's a thing. Glad you got to spend time with him. You know, you were close to him, and it was I mean, if you get time to, you should spend time with your extended family in general, just even your close family, anyone, because there's only so much time. It ain't forever. They will be gone someday. Take what time you can get. I don't think I have. I think I have like one grandparent left, but the rest of the family doesn't want. Like some of the families won't let anyone see her, so it's kind of like I don't know what I can even do on that one. Not everyone in my family's been good people. I think there's certain people who are really very money hungry. And I'm just like, can I see her or say hi? Oh, okay, cool. You have a great grandmother? Wow, it's impressive when they reach that kind of age. Yeah, that's gotta be rough. I mean, my grandmother survived to my mother. You know, surviving her own daughter is crazy to me, but Jesus, that is old. I don't even know how you make it to your 90s. I don't feel healthy enough to make it to my 90s. I don't think I will. Yeah, that's a good life right there. I mean, just surviving that is incredible. Oh, nice. Harley guy. I don't know what Tulsa Toy Run is, but sounds like it benefits children in some way, shape, or form. Well, at least I would hope. That's cool. I think I'm just gonna go straight down to this and skip that. Add 2 more here. Then random that up to 3. Oh, nice. Sometimes there's good people out there. Something to remember him by. Nice, nice. I'm glad you got to keep some things of his. Things to remember him by is always a good thing. Why did I delete that? Guess I'll keep this here. Delete the wrong stuff. Oh, nice. I remember, like, for when my dad passed, like the will consisted of I mostly he didn't leave one, and a lot of my family was not very good people during it. Let's put it that way. I didn't get anything, that's for certain. And I remember my mother saying before she died that I wasn't in the will at all. So I'm like, it's weird because we never had any kind of blowouts or anything like that. Nothing bad. I was actually the good kid that was really nice. The one that went to school, unlike my not so wonderful brothers, who did not, who were criminals. Yeah, courts take forever though. Well, at least you're getting something, so that's good. Most cases, if people are smart and, you know, they're getting older, there's a bunch of crap they don't need, they want people to have, they should just give it to the people before they pass. Keepsakes and things tend to go missing, I find, in those scenarios, so. Oh, she's super aggressive now, damn. That's fair. Can't always do it. Why are you doing that particle? Ah, yeah. Can't give those out beforehand. Nah. I want to see how she interacts with her other phases. Yeah, but hey, you know, at least you're getting some. That's not the worst. Oh yeah. I mean, you know, money's money. I ain't gonna say no to money kind of thing, you know? Even if someone hands me $1, gee, thanks. I mean, that's awesome. Yeah, and they, it's more than I had the previous day, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't want money because someone died. But for whatever it's worth, I've actually never gotten money from either my family that has died, so... I'm not cutthroat enough is the problem, I think. Honestly, I think that it's better that they make it so you can't touch it until you're older in a lot of cases, because, you know, just like when I was young, I was pretty dumb with my money. Gosh, just a third of her health still takes forever. Wow. Well, that's awesome. At least the money goes somewhere good, you know? Wish, well, I mean, I never expected that from any of my family, so... It clearly did not happen. Wait, what are you doing, lady? A harder of a fight than it was before, that's for certain. Huh, quite the windfall there. Oh, the music ended. When did the music end? Oh, her shield went down. Well, this is going to be a way harder fight than I thought. You still summon 5? Yeah, hopefully there turns out to be a substantial amount of money waiting for you on this one, even if it isn't like a year. Because, you know, I mean, he's already passed, so I might as well hope that you get the most money possible, right? I look on the bright side of everything. I'll be here. Sorry again all that happened. Wait, was that really damage you? Yeah? Oh. Actually, the shirt seems okay as long as I'm wearing a sweater over it. I'm not wearing a sweater over the shirt. It's a green shirt, unfortunately. I don't have a green screen. Alright, so I'm gonna take a quick break real fast so I can go dump some things in the dryer. I ran out of clean clothes besides what I was wearing, and I was like, well, I guess I'm wearing the green shirt for the stream, which is the worst shirt for the stream. But I'll get people to stare at this for the moment. Perfect. Does it? I mean, I guess that works. Make it look black. I mean, it's a dark green. A lot of times when I do it, it's like see-through, which is weird because it's supposed to filter out the green, but I guess I messed with the filters recently. I remember her shield's not actually making her invincible. Kind of the whole point of the shield. Just saying. She ain't invulnerable. She ain't doing it right. Mm-hmm. Also, this doesn't need to say that it's firing projectiles anymore. I get it. It's firing the projectiles. We can see it's firing the projectiles. It's working. It's cool now that she can do all these like multiple things in each pass on her AI, which she couldn't do before. Being able to, like, you know, jump and then attack or things like that wasn't a possibility with the previous way the AI set up. Or just singular actions. Which leading to all these bugs I've had to fix, which was more of timing issues from last time. Where I realized I need to wait before it executes the next command, so just delays, depending on what it is. For some reason, oh yeah, I put all this instead of being macros. It's just the one thing. And I don't use these anymore. I hate macros. I try never to use them. Yeah, it's interesting because I mean, I make the behaviors that they have. And I'm not using behavior trees. I'm just using blueprints to do it because I don't need a behavior tree. But in trying to get them to do the things you want them to do, like what are you telling them to do? Like, you know, I mean, what is a good behavior for an enemy, right? And the more I mess with it, the more I get better ideas of how things could do, like how it could be threatening to the player, what behaviors just really aren't very aggressive and just have the enemy wandering around like an idiot instead of actually doing something, so they're not relevant to the fight. Just how, you know, intelligent an enemy really needs to be. Because I don't care. I want a regular mob to be like a genius, you know. The regular mob is just supposed to have like a one-trick pony. This is a Metroidvania. Most enemies are stupid. But if I make them wander around too much and they aren't even relevant, and the player just runs right by, like, whatever, or harvest them for, you know, whatever drops they have and just moves on. So, I'm figuring those things out. And then unique behaviors and things like that. But I mean, making unique behaviors isn't that hard so much as making them useful is sometimes a little challenging. Yeah, the temporary invincibility is probably shutting off. Definitely feeling those poor health thingies today. Happens though, I just have down days where I feel worse than others. You get used to it. It's the new normal. Hey, Bard. How's it going? Just gonna ram them all into this so I can see if Diabolic Shield does what I want it to do. Then speed it up triggering so it's like in only 5 seconds instead of that. So I don't want to watch, but it's not 5 seconds, it's actually more than that, but she doesn't do an action every second. Supposedly this loops, why is it not looping? I have questions. Maybe when it's not on the queue and looping it works better? I don't know, I'll just do looping on both and should be happy, I hope. Also, why does it look like it's not raining very hard? Seriously. I'm here for the end of the world, okay? That's all I'm asking. If I don't get my end of the world, I'm gonna be real sad. It's not like I'm asking much. I just one little end of the world. We can just be just end it all. Any bolt length? Yes. I'm just gonna keep increasing these numbers until I feel like, yeah, I'm getting true value with my lightning. Now, it still feels weak. You know, like this sky really hides a lot of the darkness. Like it doesn't. It looked better when I didn't copy paste the other sky on this. Invincible, invincible, still invincible. Okay, it says you're invincible, so if you're invincible, I shouldn't be able to do damage to you. He's not taking damage as far as I can tell. Okay, we're not chasing you down. We're cheating. Did you summon one helper? It looks like she doesn't gain invincibility the next trip through, huh? But supposedly she's set to invincible. How are you taking damage? If temporary invincible is on, you're not supposed to be able to take damage at all. That's weird. That's weird indeed. Why did I close her out? I could make the candle shoot fire at you or something. That'd be kind of cool. As it spins around though. Once it's already spinning and she's summoning all the minions, it's already pretty hectic. I mean, this isn't the last boss or anything. I don't even have the right attacks probably to fight the last boss whenever I make it. I don't know. Don't have a good place. When I get up, I'll put it somewhere. It's possible, I guess. But there's a delay before she gets to do it again, and the delay is incredibly long because it's even with the reduced delay, it would trigger once every 5.5 seconds. So it shouldn't take that long for her to go through all this. And, you know, like it doesn't take, well, not this one here. Where is it at? On the graph. I mean, because it's just checking this against it over and over and over. And it has to do all these summons first before it even turns it back on. But these summons here should only take 2.5 seconds. No, wait. It would take 2.75 seconds to do this. Which still isn't even the 5-second thingy. But also when I had it set to 20, or she would have triggered it every 22 seconds, I think, or so. Yeah, something like that. Because in the final phase, I guess she's technically in phase 1 at that point. So it actually would be, well, in that case, 6.5, but that still doesn't explain before I did it, before I switched it, where it was, had 20 iterations before we go, which would be 22 seconds, and it still didn't work. I'm not going to use these graphs anymore. I don't need them. I think the way I'm going to do multi-phase fights from now on is that I'm just going to add additional attacks to a thing each time the new phase goes. And just give them like a complicated AI the first time just to make my life easier. Maybe the last bosses we can have more complicated things, but I don't think I need that anymore. I don't need this. Actually, I kept these to remind myself about those existing. I guess I'm just going to go down the list and figure out why. Well, it's nothing wrong with the temporary invincibility setup I have on the characters themselves on BP and PC, because if that was the case, then it would always mess up. But I guess I need to... Yeah, I'm going to check her when she's invulnerable again. Check against temporary invincibility here, except for I'm going to check it the whole time. Because maybe it is shutting off somehow beforehand. I mean, it's obviously shutting off and not turning back on or something weird, but something ain't right. We'll get really complicated with these print strings if it comes to it, but I'm not going to do that until I have to. This might be an easier fix than I think it is, hopefully. And if it is not, well... I should make some later abilities that are just super powerful, just so I can make my testing easier. Where'd her friends go? False, 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 yeah. True. Okay. Why is she only spawning one, too? You know, she's not taking damage at all from it. Pretty much, yeah. That one just floating. Oh, he's got a bubble. I was like, why is he floating through the air and spinning? Like right here, she's not invincible. Keep track of that thing there. That time she was not invincible. It's after she moved to the center with the little gather the units thingy, which I might get rid of. It honestly doesn't seem very good. Hmm. Hmm. I'm pretty certain that's what happened. She went to the center area, and then from that point on, she wasn't invincible anymore. And yeah, not invincible at all. If I kill her helpers, does that make a difference? Also, the music stopped again. Which makes very little sense to me. I wasn't even watching. Fair enough. Her shield lasts until you destroy the minions. So it can last as long as it needs to. But when she went to the center, it's just supposed to gather all the minions together, is what it's doing. Which I don't know if it's even useful anymore, because originally it also involved gathering mini pop. Which is this gather units thingy, which... Gather Vu's units, huh? This is also a graph, though. Did she actually say? Thanks for the follow, Aaron. How's your night going? Or day, whatever it is for you. Trying to solve a mystery here with this. I don't think she ever said it, but I also didn't click the button there. Well, right here's where she did it, I think. There's no builds now, it's wild. I've only ever used nodes in this. I think C++ is a mistake in Unreal Engine. Just makes dev take forever. I used to be a JavaScript dev, so, you know. I know what it's like to type out code and have it take forever. So I never type out code. Hopefully we can get everyone using blueprints. By we, I mean, hopefully enough people see what I'm doing and they use blueprints too. This timing issue is pretty rough. It doesn't always happen. It's usually how timing issues are, right? Whenever something is completely random, it's a timing issue. Guess I just need to put more prints in there to figure out exactly what's going on here, because otherwise I just don't know. Too many bits of information are missing from this one. I'm way too lazy to connect long cords up. Now I just start doing this and put them for the print strings. Yeah. Wait. I'm probably gonna turn this into some sort of super attack, maybe every once in a while that she does. I'm not, or that, or I just take it out entirely, because her summoning everyone back is kind of weird. Since I had that other mechanic where she used to have a voodoo doll of you, it made sense to summon her back to the center. You know, this way she could constantly assault that thing, but like if she's like super on you at the time and then, you know, she summons all of her units back to the center, including her, it just actually just gives the player a reprieve. I think I just cut this out. Yeah, we'll do that. Where this musical track just doesn't loop. Even though I told it to loop on both the queue and the individual thing. We'll just derp around for a bit until she uses the thing. False, false. Yeah, she's not invincible right now. She only summoned one minion there, which is already incorrect as is. There she summoned a bunch of them. But it says false now. The string. You notice it was entirely false after that, even though she did it. How is that false after the activate happens? That ain't working. Because when it reads Diabolic Shield activate here, this right after that is when it should turn her invincible. And yet... not happening. Not invincible area, so it should, like right here, immediately after it says that she's not invincible. So how do you arrive at that? The single line here goes all the way down through here, activating this. Goes to here, and then it says not invincible because this... has she just not successfully spawned things in time? But how does that work? Because, I mean, Diabolic Shield is right here. The spawns happen here. There must be something wrong with the spawn array itself. Summon unit. Voodoo Cultist. It's supposed to add to the spawn array right here. The cultist then connect up to here, lights up the, turns light off on the pentagram thingy, and then does it again over and over. It's possible I just wait for this to be on completed or blended out. I could have sworn I solved this problem yesterday. It doesn't seem like it, right? I think that it's just turning off because that array is not, it's not, has nothing in it. So this has to be resolving too slow. Probably. Problem is the first one she summons exactly one, which isn't right at all. See the link on this too. Here. How's the music playing while I do this? I can already tell you that it's gonna be a minute. No? Is that okay? So summon unit 2 will be the next one, sure. 2. And then I want to check the Diabolic Shield as well. It'll tell me right here that it's summon the cultist, but I'm going to check this as well. This linked on you. And this one will be a different color, so we just have some idea. Green will do. You gotta narrow down where the problem's occurring, and then I can sit there and figure out exactly where, but... Woohoo! I'm gonna change it so it doesn't do that. It's pretty funny that it does. Yeah, unfortunately, like, 4 uses of it and you basically go flying off the world. But she summoned all 5 this time. That seemed to work fine. Yeah, also weird fun things like that. It's fun also, but it doesn't have a very good mechanical thing, because if it throws you off the world, it's really not that fun. It's funny first time. All 5 dorks are dead. Sure, your thing drops. Sure. Neat. Why don't you have minions? Oh, she has 1. She's not invincible at this point, so... Still taking damage, sure. Do it again, sure. As far as I can tell, she's not summoning enough, which is part of the problem, but it's not the whole problem. Once again, though, she summoned 1. She's supposed to summon 5. Hey, another guy, how's it going? I can get rid of those attacks from there. Yeah, sometimes she turns it off. And I think it's just because she's not summoning enough units and it's doing some weird crap with that. All right, let's pick another color for you, and we're just going down the rabbit hole, huh? It's like somehow these just aren't counting enough. I can get rid of her attack. Things not concerned about that at the moment. Connected. On this first activation here, why is it total only 1? Where is that being changed? That it's literally defaulted to 5 right beforehand. Sure, whatever. Yeah, like, where is it? Right here where it's reading this repeat X times is 1, but right here it's setting it to 5, like right before this. And at no point is this ever set to anything but 5. No, but it is, isn't it? It totally is. It's you. You're doing it. This one is changing the number. It needs a different one. Oh yeah, but what I want to do first is figure out which section it's in. So I put, like, you know, like various bits of information right there to see which section is reporting the wrong bit of information, right? Once I find which section is saying the wrong thing, I then go step by step through that section and figure out, you know, where the problem is. And I just figured it out. I know exactly what the problem is now. Once again, this is a timing issue. If it ever looks random at any point in way, shape, or form, it's a timing issue. Because that's the only time you can get random results, right? They will resolve in an order based on whatever Unreal Engine feels like doing at the time, because it needs to do all these things and you haven't given it an order it has to really do it. So sometimes it will resolve the thing you want first, and other times it will resolve the thing you want last. And again, if you haven't forced it to hold key to an order, it doesn't care. So that's how you get random. What's happening here is that I use the same variable for deciding how many projectiles she fires, and now I can fire 1 to 3, right? And it's set at various points here, but apparently while she's doing that, this can get reset midway through here, and even though it's set to 5 here, through these loops here, it can get reset by the projectile thingies that's forcing it to do that. So, I can't just hard-code a number, can I? I'm just gonna hard-code a number of 5. Oh, wait. I can just hard-code a number of 5. That's fine. Or I can make it a variable. Sure. Diabolic Shield summons. That makes it easier to adjust it later if I want. Right. Let's do this. And I'm just gonna default that crap to 5. This also affects how many times the things are firing, so I'm just gonna get rid of this. Yeah, I was just trying to narrow down where the number was breaking. Something wasn't right, and now we know where. With that hard-coded to 5, I never was changing, and it should also make the projectiles operate differently. But now I realize I need to up the number of projectiles that are fired because I was used to it firing so many, and I thought it was so cool, and it wasn't supposed to be firing that many. It's still probably a timing issue on another thing too, but bubbles, bubbles, get bubbled. You can't freeze a boss, so it's mostly just a ranged weapon against the boss. It's great against the little dorks, though. Oh, actually, how many she summoned? Yeah, 5. Perfect. As you can see there, she got 5 of 5, no problem. And I saw 5 jump out there. Obviously, it starts at 0, so Voodoo Cultist 4 means that in fact the 0 one would have been all 5. So they all summoned. That's fine. Okay, well, so we're doing good so far. She's invulnerable, so that's what matters. That's supposed to have double jump? Whatever. Summons 5. Still invulnerable. Can't hurt her. Perfect, perfect. I could be blowing them up too. Actually, this thing is so much better at killing these things because chasing them down is hard to do on this, but Temperance is very strong. I don't think I'm gonna get. Well, I don't know if Temperance is gonna get given out beforehand or not. Maybe you'll have it. It's so long before you fight Vu that, you know. I honestly might just make this first area more Halloween themed in general. Make some of the rooms be more Halloween themed, I guess. I don't know. Take your beating. Take your beating. Use the overpowered star. I could give out the star earlier too. I might give out the star in the next area. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, because there are stars in the moonlit area like that, but it almost seems like I should get out in the painting world. What am I doing? I want this to be fast, not slow. Well, she's not invincible this time either. Once again, the timing didn't work. I mean, she's summoning 5 minions, so I solved one problem. And I apparently failed to solve both problems. Now we're back to true again. From the look of it, that's good to know. There's no real guarantee on when a lot of things happen. She is in fact still on true, which means she should be. That's when I shoot her. Okay. Everyone's floating today. Everyone. I might reduce Vu's health and just make it that they heal her, thus punishing you for taking too long to kill the helpers. Shield dropped right there. Let me get that information real quick. Summons all the units back. True, true, sure. Looks good to me. That time appears to work just fine. To steal my heals? Damn. No. Because it's checking to see if it's active. Alright, so we're still back to true again. So it worked that time too. But now, this is what it runs every time, the diabolic shield check, and if it's active, then it just resets itself over and over. It used to do another thingy, but I got rid of that because it wasn't very good. Changed the whole fight, so she can't do it again. And if she could summon it again, it would say this over and over and over, because I have a summon cultist here, and on the summon unit graph, I have multiple things that it says along the way. So if she did that again, you would see a whole bunch of yellow text flash, but she isn't doing that any other time. She's only doing it after it's broken, from what I've seen. It only happened the one time in there. It has to be a timing issue, but the only way it can actually shut off is if the array of some spawns is ever at 0. I think I've seen enough for this particular thing here. But what's most concerning is right here. This thing here has to have that, but it's also saying this one's in what color? Green. So as long as it says false, it'll continue looping, and if it ever says true, it should say not invincible and turn it off. And then it no longer loops. It just, you know, fizzles out. It's only an infinite event if as long as that's true. So I wonder if she's just not summoning the things fast enough. It's hard to tell because I couldn't get her to do it again. Hmm. That is puzzling. At least I solved one of the mysteries. I have to get it to happen again. If it doesn't happen again, I can't tell. There's just no way. I don't think I need all these summon units here. I think if I just see these loop through that many times, it'll tell me. I'd probably remove a couple of these. Wait. You can't load up a graph that way, even though I'd like to. So I can get rid of this crap. I don't need it. I do want to know the length of this array, though. That I want to keep. That seems fine. Actually, maybe I'll keep the name, too. I'll get rid of a couple of these messages, sure. I don't need all of them. I don't think this graph is the problem, though. I really do think it's the length of that array is wrong. But instead of printing this here, I think I actually just want to print the length of the array. Because that saying 0 can make a big difference. Okay, so the first time she activated it, it looks like it worked fine. There's 5 in the array. Basically, pay attention to that green number. And if she summons the units before it or after it, because it should say 5 before she does anything else. And if it doesn't, she didn't summon all that she was supposed to. Poppet needs better noises for when she's hit, too. She really doesn't have very good feedback for when she's hit. There's still one in there, that's fine. I expect that. Zero in the array, sure. Five in the array. So far looking perfect. I definitely think I made it harder for the error to happen. Well, I mean, because the other error was clearly they weren't spawning enough. Still 4 in there, fair enough. Be 3 in there soon, 2 in there now. Zero, looks good, looks good. Takes a moment to shut that off, sure. Does it all again, sets up, looks pretty good to me. Summon it all again. I guess I should pause this because otherwise it'll continue to slowly move in the background and that's weird. So Not invincible there. Sure, sure, sure. It takes a second to flip that off. Okay, that's fair. That's exactly what I expect. Time passed, blah, blah, blah. He summons our units again. There's 5. Seems good. Shield active. True. Still invincible. A lot of damage. It's really good if everyone's right next to you. Pretty trash if they're running away. I still gotta make it that you can only summon 5 of those. That'll be a different thing that has to be done. Probably hard-coded just for her, honestly. Alright, turned off, looks good. Falls, 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 summons them all again. True. I mean, it's worked every time now, so I guess I'm somehow fixed, and maybe it's just an incredibly rare error. I don't know. If I can't get it to happen again, I guess I just call it and say good. I'll keep an eye on it, but I think the reality is if after that many iterations it hasn't happened again, it's fine. I have other bugs to fix. Let's not delete the important code, we're deleting the garbage, you know? Take a bio break here real fast in a second. I got a limiter to summoning only 5 of those grubbies, and then maybe make it tougher. Probably with the other little voodoo dolls so the fight doesn't get so ridiculous that it just lags people's computers out of existence. You know? Got a plan for this stuff. It's very possible that can happen. I'm not going to do this diabolic gathering probably, but I might turn into a different attack entirely, or a special attack she has only when this is active. I don't think that was broken though, so I just don't think it was worth keeping. That's why I got rid of it. I kind of missed the mini pop idea. I want that to be a thing. But the sad part is switching between the magician and other things isn't fast enough to really pick enemies up and drag them around mid-combat, like as a defensive mechanism to protect something. It doesn't... In testing, it just... You never wanted to do it. Which kind of says to me that it wasn't very good if you never want to do something, right? Like, the best strategy is not to do what I want you to do, then clearly what I wanted you to do was dumb. And I am a failure of a game designer for setting it up like that, is really what it is, like. Alright. I'm taking a quick fire break real fast, right back. Okay, I think the plan now, let's see here. I'll keep an eye on that error and see if it happens again, but I don't know, if I can't get it to happen consistently and it happens once in a blue moon, I can accept errors like that. Too many behavior patterns can happen, something can go wrong. If she does it once in a fight, I don't think it really ruins the fight particularly. Especially because she's gonna have way more health than that, but... let's focus on the next bug that's actually a real bug that happens all the time, as opposed to something that happens some of the time. So, we add this to there. API spawned. This is on when they die, right? This causes them to tell their spawner that they're dead. Remove from array. This needs to be more complicated. Remove from array does. Yeah, I think so. I can have multiple arrays. I haven't even worked on our cultists so that they're more interesting. I'm getting a lot more enemies though as we're going along here. I mean, we're getting there. Soon it will be amazing how many things I have here. That's gonna be wild when I have like, I mean, I probably need like 100 different types of enemies. It's just gonna be crazy to click this and just see 100 enemies just waiting for me to use. Being nuts. Soon, yes, soon, TM, yes. That'd be crazy to see. I really do think that it's gonna be just wild. That's why I tell people like, "Oh, you weren't gonna have a job by October this year?" No, I only need like 85 more enemies. It's not a problem, right? Pretty much, yeah. What's gonna be a lot cooler as I get more enemies. I'm starting to realize how many I need for each floor, though. I mean, it's just you need so many. And in most places, I'm actually just recycling the same enemies because I just haven't placed them in. Because when I placed all the enemies, I had like 4 or 5 types. That was it. Also, I keep adding more rooms, so it's getting longer too. So this floor just keeps gaining so much. Oh, the main floor here. So I'll have to go back through at some point and adjust all the enemies, and I still have to finish a lot of rooms in that floor I was working on. I'm not even why I'm starting the second floor. Then I was just kind of felt like I was creatively bankrupt when it came to level design for the first area at the moment. So I was like, well, I'll just come back to it with a better idea. I find it really helps to play into whatever the best idea I have is at any given time, rather than try to work on something where I just don't even know. I mean, I really got to go through and change a bunch of rooms. Like the second room is currently garbage because I swapped out the first room for that, so that's a thing. And I like the first room, so it's unfortunate that this room is now just trash. It needs to represent strength, even though it's was never built for it. Well, it kind of is, so you can take this to get out. So that's part of it. You do need strength to get out, but the strength should also go over in this general vicinity too, instead of out front. So this room I need to think careful about how I'm going to change it, because it needs it. This doesn't need to be open. Just like this one doesn't need to be open. Overall, I like this room, other than maybe this. I put a chest here to house a key. I don't like that. I think that's crappy. That design just feels weird. I want to improve this room. I guess it's not too bad, but some of them just feel so pointless in the maze. But I guess that's how a maze is. Some things are pointless. I'm okay with this room. It's got enough going on in it to be interesting. I rather like this room. But I want to make these control panels better. I keep adding to this room. I might make some cool looking stuff up here, but I don't think it needs to be 3 stories tall. So maybe not. It might be that I just have a tunnel out of here and then this another room you can come to later. Maybe. This room's criminally boring. I hate it. I love the chapel. It looks great. Very excited about it. I could probably improve it, but that's fine. This room, it's halfway there, I think. There's not much going on in the shelves. The shelves are empty. It's kind of weird. Doesn't look like quite like a library. This room, it's getting more interesting. Weird, but interesting. Completely barren and useless. This isn't very fun yet with everything chasing after you. Yeah, like the quality of some of this content isn't very good. Just gonna say it. Some of these rooms are really bad. Not bad, sir. They just don't have much to them. You just run through them. I guess you can have some rooms you just run through, but feels kind of like a waste if there's not something interesting going on in them. But I have a real problem with this room setup at the moment. It just bugs the crap out of me. I also got to make a better altar for strength too, for that matter. Oh, these don't need to be here anymore. I fixed that bug. What would I do for this? I could pile a bunch of books or something here and make it where you can't get over them until you have that, and you can jump on top of that to get over. That's not the worst choice, I guess. It does feel kind of weird to just have... Well, these blocks here aren't very cool. They don't look like a toy, they just look like a thing I put there. Or they don't look like some kind of content. It's possible this room just gets a re-theme. But I don't really want to redo all the work either. It's also possible I just don't put these little things here, and then you use the parkour to get out. It doesn't really explain this very well, but I guess to be fair with the magician, it doesn't tell you what to do either and doesn't force it upon you. I mean, you do have to use it, but maybe instead of having these up here, I just, you know, these are just little things on top so you can kind of use them, and then I put it somewhere else and just ditch all this crap. I mean, I guess technically that would be the quickest way to victory without rechanging the entire room. I'm going to do that. I explain what to do, but I'm not going to force you to use it. It's not like the Fool where I make you break something immediately, I guess. You'll figure out the parkour or something. Yeah, I just don't like what's going on here. I think it's terrible. This whole setup just makes me unhappy. And rebuilding an entire room also doesn't sound that great right now with so many things I'm building as is. Strength was really never figured into this. I'm just gonna say it was not figured into this one bit. And the little altar for it's kind of crappy too, so. I could let you jump into this room. That's an interesting idea. Hear me out on this one here. Well, first let's see if this is a possible setup here. Without double jump. Might be. Alright. Just knock that over. Good job. Just an empty bottle, so it's not like it ruins the world if it gets knocked over, but I don't hate that at all. So instead of having this entrance here, I just block this area off. Have you jump over into there, and then you got to make it back out before you can leave. Like a little battle arena. Shows you how to use strength without doing much else. And then gives me more space on this room to do something. Like, I don't need these walls here necessarily. What do I put out here? I mean, there's a save box out here. And what if I change this here so that it's off to the side? Block it off. Ditch this. Alright, well I know I clicked another one and then clicked back and it doesn't like that, so we'll do that. So now these can live here. What's this? What this? Oh, it's just that. It's a little off kilter, fair enough. Oh yeah, the magic spine thingy? Yeah, let's get rid of that crap. Why are there two of you? Oh. I don't know if I want Charlotte's room on this floor anymore. Not that I think the room's going to be like that, but I think I want it to be something cooler, and maybe it'll be up on the highest level. But I would imagine that she wouldn't really like sunlight very much. Most ghosts don't. So I'd almost want to blank this whole section over here with like dark glass or something so she could hide in here. I was going to make this the moon room, but... Well, actually... Could go in this area here, blank this off. She's so big that if I ever want to have a fight against her, it needs to be a huge area. Not that I'm sure I want to have a fight against her, but I mean, there'll be something. I have an idea of what the last fights are, but just her moving around, she's so big that she's just like, you know, she's up to like, you know, high up here and you're like way down here. And... But I'm interested to see the black glass idea. So did I have glass anywhere here? I did. Good. I dupe mine some glass here. Glass. All this black. If the option's even there, yeah, it is a glass color, perfect. I could manually set it in there like that, but I think I want to change a bunch of things here and make the opacity better. So it's like really dark. To be honest, I almost kind of like that better now as is. Okay, now I gotta see if I like this better. I might. Huh. Do I like that better? The darker ceiling, so you can still see out, but it's not like ridiculous. I might. Not a whole lot. Because I can't really see the buildings very high above it very well, so that kind of sucks. Too dark. What is a wall? What should Glowstone do? It's not bad as this. All adjacent. Oh no, you have using glass black. There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. Maybe I can reduce that and make a thing like that. That's I need to add it all over this room though. That's not too bad looking. It's just way darker in this room. Just have like a super dark room. I'm gonna take this and duplicate it and then make a small version of it because I want to put it on the other side. Since it's already the right size, right? Yeah, if it's garbage. I don't want it dark. Like I don't want it to be like so dark you can't see. That's the exact opposite of the goal. DirectX 12 makes it where you just can't see, and the lights aren't strong enough or like that. It requires tremendously higher resources too to use. It's just completely inefficient. And yeah, it makes the game, renders it entirely unplayable. Actually, when I migrated the project to test some things out to try to fix something, I had a I was actually showing on stream what DirectX 12 looks like in this. You cannot make it bright enough to see. It's awful. And if you do try to make it that bright, it costs you so many light sources that it's pretty bad. Like, also the engine crashes over and over after about 3 hours of usage. You get that weird error that says it's constantly out of memory. I actually don't know why anybody uses DirectX 12 except for that it's enabled by default. Oh, okay. You'd be surprised, people are all serious and they try to tell me how great it is, and I'm like, everything I've seen in testing is that it is unusable trash. I don't know why anyone uses it. But yeah. Sorry, I missed the joke. It's just almost a pre-programmed response at this point. Unfortunately. This will be the dark room. And this thing needs to go farther out so it's not sticking to the wall. Actually, how about this? I just grab whatever distance this one's at and I just set it at that, or whatever number this one's at, and they match and it's perfect. Rather than guessing. So maybe I do nocturnal plants in here or some sort of, like, you know, evil garden in this area, I guess. Or I put Charlotte's bedroom up here, which is also an option if I just have dark glass that you can't see through. Do I play any games? I don't have time to play games anymore at this point. I'd play games on stream if people wanted, I guess. Maybe on the weekend or something, but since I've been streaming like 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, and then also working a regular job. Hey Lepus, how's it going? We're just discussing how I play way too many games and should work harder. I kind of want to tint this a slight amount. I also don't want to tint it. Now that I have the dark room there. Oh, nice. Not gonna lie, the internet and water problems you have there and power problems you have there, oof. I mean, it might be cheap, but glad I don't live there. I'm glad I don't live there. I mean, I'd go outside more and probably be healthier. That's true. But you have a lot of problems with your stuff there. Lot. This might be interesting. I mean, I would do it if I was you. Your internet there is so unreliable, and I imagine Starlink can't be that expensive for you. I can use purple glass. I already have purple glass made. No one if purple glass is better. Is it? Maybe. Control Y. Is that better? If I have it slightly darker with like a purple tinge to it? It doesn't look too bad normally though as a thing, so. Yep. Probably one of the safer places in Africa because it's an island not attached to Africa. Turns out that helps a lot. I mean, if I had to go somewhere in Africa, that's probably where I would pick. I don't know. State travel. I mean, let's look what the Bureau of State says about where you should travel in the world if you're American. With, you know, no, don't rotate, that's annoying. Oh god, it's horrible. Why did you do that? I clicked the wrong button. So, as you can see, given their levels like that, Madagascar is a pretty solid choice by comparison. I guess apparently this place is safe now. Zambia is safe? Okay. And I guess Senegal is apparently pretty safe at the moment. But Madagascar is not a bad choice. There's definitely some real bad choices. God. Yeah. Yeah. These are like increased caution if they have lines across them. They consider China relatively safe. That's weird. I guess to be fair, you probably are pretty safe there. As an American, you're probably not the most safe. Definitely not in Russia. What are these places? Kazakhstan. What this? Mongolia? Oh, sorry, I should have known that one. I don't know why. I mean, no one's detaining you in the U.S. unless you're crossing illegally from, like, you know, if you are just visiting and you have a passport, you'll just get to go home. No one's ever detaining you and like that. If you are running across the border from down here, well, you know, or you're illegally entering, then they're going to detain you. But that's like every country. If the U.S. for the longest time was the only country that didn't do that. They just let you in. Exactly. I'm not leaving the U.S., but just as a hypothetical, if I had to go anywhere in Africa, Madagascar is not a bad choice. I mean, it's just not, it's not touching the rest of this crap. So, you know. But I mean, all the blue ones are perfectly fine. Some of these ones here are actually yellow because harsh, like, conditions, like Antarctica is just considered a bad place to travel because it's just, the weather's dangerous there. The environment is cold. So some things like that are, you know, things just like Greenland's also just really cold. So yeah, this map's fun though. You can click on the things and read about stuff, the full travel advisories, and learn about a bunch of things that are happening there. And I will do this just as a fun a game to try to guess the five, like, or to try to find the 5 most dangerous countries in the world at any given time. Russia's not actually one of them. I mean, like, as an American, if I went there, at worst, I'd probably get put in prison, but they aren't going to execute me. Loggers really rare? That's fair. You ain't got to tell me there's a lot of scammers in Africa. I have emails with plenty of scammers from Africa. They don't specify where in Africa they're from. It's not as bad as the number I have from India. It's pretty bad. If someone with an Indian accent happens to call me on the phone, I just immediately assume it's a scam and hang up. Because statistically it is a scam. I call it like I see it. Unless I called their tech support for something, it was a scam. Yeah. I think you're relatively safe in Madagascar from what I've seen. Well, as a U.S. citizen, I don't know about other citizens. I mean, that map is basically entirely deciding if you're a U.S. citizen trying to travel somewhere else, how safe you are. I mean, not saying you can't get screwed over there. I mean, bad things can happen in any country, but even in the U.S. But overall, it's designed to advise people traveling from the U.S. to, you know, let them know, hey, you should or shouldn't do X thing. You don't have to listen, of course. You could just do it. On most of fours, they actually recommend you, like on a lot of them, like you should have a last will and last will and testament written up like that. Provide for your own protection, your own extraction from the place. It's crazy. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with a lot of countries. Their infrastructure isn't very good. That's fair. Yeah, scammers exist in every country. I was just saying statistically, the number of people who've called me with an Indian accent that were part of a scam is high, very high. But you can get scammed here too. And there's plenty of scumbags. Plenty of scumbags. And places in the US you couldn't pay me to go. It's called Detroit. You can't pay me to go to Detroit. I'm just saying. Ah. That's everywhere, isn't it? Actually, I'm just saying that's everywhere. The buying power ain't keeping up. Gosh, during Biden, the food bill literally doubled. And I was like, straight up doubled. And I was like, oh man, this is so expensive now just to eat. Jesus. Coming back down a little, or at least not as inflating as much, but it's still, it's not like they ever came back down completely. Yeah, I imagine ratio-wise it's pretty expensive there too. Funny part is you know, if I would have moved somewhere of those places, then my money would be super great. But the problem is well, I'd have to live in those places, and I don't want to. But I could. I don't want to though. I mean, Madagascar's not the worst place I could think of. Not my first choice. But if I was in Africa, it'd be probably my first choice. That's true. Jesus, $2 for a meal? I mean, it is possible to eat for less than $2 a meal if you cook it yourself and eat complete garbage, I suppose, here. There's always ramen, right? When in doubt, there's always ramen. Get one of those cheap bag ramens that you can, you know, you put in water and put that disgusting packet on it and eat that, and that is technically going to be cheaper than $2. I don't know if I'd call it healthy. Probably won't feel good after long, especially if you do it too long, but in the short term. Yeah, like if you cook it yourself, you can reduce the price of things, and it also depends on what's in your meal too. Like if you're eating rice and beans, then you're eating for less than $2 a meal, no problem. If you don't cook it yourself and you eat like lots of meats and things like that, you ain't eating for $2 a meal here necessarily. Maybe if you're eating hot dogs or something, if you can call that meat, but probably the cheapest, you know, ones you can find, I imagine. Full of all kinds of terrible, harsh chemicals that are not really supposed to be eaten, but they put in the food anyway. But technically, you can't eat for less than $2 a meal, even in California. Not eating out, obviously. Eating out's insane. There's no... You're probably getting a drink for $2. That's about what you're gonna get. Like a regular like fountain drink, that's about gonna cost you the $2. Actually, it probably cost you more than that, in all honesty. This is probably fine. I don't even think I want them to fall. Like, if they fall there, it's really obnoxious, and this is early on, so I kind of almost like having this here. And I don't think you can get back up from there. That's the biggest worry here, that you're able to get back up. Screwed that up. Double jump gear chip there. How about from here? Nah. Yeah, with double jump you can do it. That's fine though. But nah, just getting like pretty much any meal you eat out here, no matter how crappy it is. Like, I think the cheapest burger places are going to cost you around 16 bucks or so. It's not good food. It'd be like, you know, crap fast food. You could eat it in a taco truck for probably around 10. There's plenty of taco wagons everywhere, just, you know, the taco trucks, all that stuff just sitting around. So you could probably do that. I mean, I haven't been to one in a long time because I'm usually wary of them, since anything that can drive away later doesn't have a lot of responsibility on food poisoning necessarily. But most of them come back to the same location, so they're relatively safe. In fact, a lot of them don't even move the vehicle. They just leave it there all night. So it's not bad. Maybe I'll go visit one tomorrow or something if I'm out and about. I've been to one of those in forever. I don't eat out anymore. It's too expensive for what I get. Like, every time I eat out, it costs me almost 20 bucks, and the food's like not great. I could have had better at home. I also don't travel very far. Like, I don't think I go farther than 10 miles from the house, like, ever anymore. No reason. I mean, 10 miles basically gets you all the way to the other side of the city and back, and I barely have any reason to go to the other side of the city and back, to be honest. I think things like Best Buy and Winco and stuff like that's out there, but I did have to drive out to Best Buy to return a hard drive because I only needed one of the 2 hard drives I bought. How does the ledger grabbing work? Well, I'm using the game animation sample. And what it's looking for, it's actually doing a ray trace, and it's looking for all the level block stuff, basically. Let me see here. So this works off the sandbox character. I just reparented Poppet to it to make it easier. Moving inputs. Where are you at? Yeah, it has jumped in its tri-traversal thing. I added these in. These are just to make certain she had the strength ability so she could actually do things. And then it has a tri-traversal action, which is, I believe, over here, right? As you can see, their thing is pretty ridiculous. But the gist of what's happening here, and I highly recommend you just use Epic's version and save yourself a lot of time and effort. The gist of it here is it's using a ray trace entirely to look for level block traversables which have a thing on them that it wants to find. I believe it's one of the event things or something like that. As long as you copy all the scrap onto there, it can find it. So clearly it's looking for something off of this. Have I looked super far into it? No. As you can see, they did all the work. But yeah, the gist of it is literally ray trace from the character to try to find one of these. If it finds it, it then does all the code to do the animations and grab the things and pull them up and do all that. Did I program all that myself? No. I just literally took the game animation sample, reparented Poppet to it, and said, we're good. I mean, Epic, that's why Poppet's movement's so great. I just blended the top portion of like her, you know, attacks and everything like that with the lower portion of the game animation sample, all the movement from that, and they had over 500 movement animations. And when she doesn't have a weapon out, then it just uses only that. That's amazing. Like, ain't no way I'm setting up 500 samples just to move around. But there's some YouTube tutorials on how, if you want to do it not including that, and I'm sure it makes it a lot easier. In fact, the funny thing that I actually saw in here, I believe there's a note talking about how their traversal sucks or something, and that you should yeah, right up here. When it does the perform traversal action, this is the stuff it does. Plays the montage, sets itself to flying, moves itself up. It does some extra things there, and it goes to more events. But it actually says right here, so to trigger at the end of the traversal action function, use the result to play a traversal montage. This needs to be an event rather than function, blah, blah, blah. It's more convenient. Play montage, no, whatever. Where is it saying it? I know you use flying movement. Sure, good for you. Yeah, where is it? This is a relatively simple event that can be replaced with a more robust traversal system, and it's here for demonstration purposes only. Yes, I'm using the demonstration purposes only traversal system. Maybe I make it a little better later. I don't know. Yeah, well, I mean, you can definitely do that. Definitely can. You can set it where it's restricted on how, like, it caps the run at a certain speed, or should the walk at a certain speed, like that. And then you have to switch to running as an option, so it'll go higher. And yeah, there's also, I think Fox had a thing that he did to make it where you slowly go from one to the other. I found it really didn't help much to do it to mine, so I mean, you basically want to move pretty fast the whole time. I don't see why this doesn't work in first person already. It's not specifying a third person thing. All first person is you move the camera. Is it going to be, well, I don't know if you'll see the hands moving in front of it, because the montages it's playing will be like the ones it has. So I don't, if you're in first person mode, I don't know how much you care about having all the game animation samples movement things. I guess if other people are going to see you move around, but otherwise, do you need 500 movement animations to get the most, perfect movement for a character where you just see their hands? Like, seems like a lot of, extra. And the game animation sample is not free to put on a character at all. Let me show you what the price of the game animation sample truly is on Poppet here. When we look at her size map, you can see that this is the game animation sample right here, the 1.1 gigabyte thing. That's that. Also, the level block traversable, wherever that is part of it as well. But it's so small by comparison, I can't even find it in the thing here. Whatever the case, Poppet herself is 1.5. So 0.4 gigabytes is everything Poppet besides the movement. Yeah, I wouldn't use it. I would completely ignore it, and I would just look at a different solution for grappling or for pulling yourself up. Because the price of using this is so high for performance and everything, and if you aren't getting to see it. There's something to be said for that. I mean, it changes how your game plays. And I think if you're trying to tell a story where you're assuming that they're putting themselves in it, like, like they are the character, then I think first person is probably better, right? Because you don't see another character's distraction. It's representing you with the hands, like you're moving around the world. Whereas if you're trying to tell a story about a particular character, then having the character run around makes a little more sense, like the third person thing. But third person comes with a lot of drawbacks. I mean, you see how much effort goes into Poppet moving around doing all their things. I mean, I'm still going to do the same amount of effort for the enemies. That's just true. That's a given. Even if I made it first person, but a lot of work goes into Poppet making her move around and do things. And again, the price of all the animations, the price of making her look good, the price of her hair even moving, and the material on her clothing moving. I mean, all this. And then knowing that that's always going to be a drawback. That's always going to be required for the game to run. Like, she's always there. 1.5 gigabytes of Poppet just taking up things is not nothing. Yeah. I think it adds an incredible amount of time to your game to make it third person. I really do. I think first person is considerably faster because it just eliminates so much animation issues, so much character design. And if you're a single player game, unless you run in front of a mirror, nobody's ever going to see you. So yeah, like, I mean, obviously if there's other characters in the world, then you have to have models anyway, and you almost defeat the purpose. Like if it's multiplayer, then it doesn't really matter a lot. You don't completely defeat the purpose, but they're still going to see animations, so it's not quite the same. But as a single player, God, like, you know, the first person horror game has got to be the easiest thing in the world to make, because like it doesn't have to look very good. You don't have to make any animations to your character. You can use crappy jump scares. I mean, damn. Contrast this with this thing. I mean, the only thing that would be worse is if I had parties and that whole RPG system. It'd make this even worse for like how long it would take. But for a deadline purpose, if I had to, you know, if I was just trying to get it done, I'd make horror game, first person horror all day. Yeah. I drop money on things, and I'm more than happy to make use of what exists. Like, I didn't make the game animation sample, it just helped my movement get better. I dropped, I think, like 20 or 30 bucks on animations for like all these weapons. I had over 600 animations for fighting. I also had all the movement stuff, but I'm not using that anymore. It's just the fighting, the weapon stuff like that. But I was like, well, how much would it cost me to have someone make all these? Okay. I mean, I'm the art guy, the programmer, the level designer. I'm all of it, so I don't have a team. What are you talking about? Why do you think I'm willing to take shortcuts? I have to. There's no way it'll get done otherwise. I was going to redesign this whole room, and then a moment ago I decided, hey, wait, I'm not going to do that because I want to get this done. So instead I'm going to just tweak the room a little bit, make it like do like this, get rid of some extra things, say we're good. Because I know for a fact that, you know. Yeah. If I wanted to finish this in 5 months, I would basically make probably about 5 of the floors, kick everything else out the door, and call it square. And I don't even know if that's true, if I could pull that off. It might actually have to go down to just 4 floors. And 2 of them would be this. This would probably be like halved in height, or something like that. I would be able to shave off probably like 40 plus enemies. I don't think I'd have the polish after 5 months though. I don't. AI takes an incredible amount of time. Content is what takes time. The number of people who waste time on these systems behind the things forever, and before they even get to the content takes the bulk of the time. Yes. The first time you design a boss fight and you see how much you have to do to make that boss fight work. And the AI system, the initial design of all the AI actions is also going to take a bunch of time. So I mean, like content takes forever. And then you got to polish it. Everything's got to have little animations, like when they're hit, and they got to make noises and things like that. You know, they have to have particles for when they swing their weapons. They got to do things like screen shakes and stuff to make it seem like, you know, things are happening. I mean, you're asking me, Lepus, or him, or Izanachi? Because I think it was maybe 30% of the game done, in all honesty. That's fair. Well, then your biggest struggle is going to be making your world look nice, having a really strong story. And you're going to have like the narrative events happen as you're going, you know, so that it looks good. I'm assuming it's like 3D. If it's not 3D, then, you know, that's its own thing. But when you talk about a first-person thing, I don't assume 2D. Maybe, I mean, 2D, you can do first-person 2D. It is possible. A lot of the old games back in the day were first-person 2D. Yeah. I mean, basically what you're doing is making a bunch of cutscenes, effectively, so you got to make it good. It's like you're making little mini movies. So people are going to want to, you have to keep them in there like that. And I'm not sure how your project looks specifically, but when I think narrative adventure, that's what I'm thinking. Like you're like walking around and events are happening around as the player walks places, but it's effectively like these timeline events are happening all around them. Like a movie. Oh yeah, that's fair. I don't even know how much it helps, because what I'm really staring at is this. The restream chat. And I don't even know if it shows reply to or not. And the reasoning for it is because I have both YouTube and Twitch that I'm reading chats off of. I agree. I think exploration narrative is done very quickly. It's very easy to design beautiful environments in short order in Unreal Engine. And a narrative, I mean, it depends on how long your game is, how many cutscenes you're talking about and everything, but I think you can make a narrative game pretty quick. Oh, it does have the @ There you go, it does have the @ How handy, I can read that. Neat. Firewatch kind of game? I don't think I've actually ever seen Firewatch. I know not these things you speak of. I guess I can look it up. Okay. Firewatch gameplay, and we just mute this stuff here. It's already muted. Perfect, perfect, perfect. What do we got going here? Sure, sure. Perfect. That's exactly what it should probably show. Just a random brawl. Perfect. Everything we need. Investigate the outhouse, pick up. Yeah, okay. Like a point and click adventure in a way. Yeah, okay. I've definitely played games like this before. Yeah, yeah. That's fair. Yeah. Basically what amounts to the point and click adventure, but the 3D version of that. That is what I'm seeing here. Which I mean, I played those. You get it. Well, the fact you have funding is awesome. I'm funding my own operation here, and if my funding was better, I could have shortcutted and gotten this game done so much faster. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really something I specifically would want to play, but I mean, before I have played point-and-click adventures in the past, it really comes down to the theme of them. Like, if I want to hear the story, is what dictates if I want to play a particular game like that. Because they always have their little puzzles and everything like that, and those are fine, I guess, but if the story doesn't sell, like, the concept doesn't sell me, I just don't get into it. Oh. Oh, well. On the one hand, I'm very happy you got yourself some funding there. On the other, man, I don't want to hear about current events in my video game. I don't. I know it's going to sound weird, but I got social media for that. I don't even want to look at that. So... Oh. Well, I mean, it's cool that you're finding success, and I'm happy for that. I definitely am. I mean, I guess there's demand for those, or, well, the governments are willing to pay, and I guess that's all that truly matters, right? Get that government cheese. I was going to tweak this room, I think, but I don't know what to do with it. But someone's going to get that cheese if you don't get it, so you might as well get it. Right? Could have a little maze down here, or I can just have a giant fighting area. It's so boring of an area. They did just have to run through a maze, and I kind of want them to come out into an open area too. So boring. I might put that table back over here. Oh wait, so you're making a game where they pay all the money for you to make it, and then you don't have to worry about selling it? That's fantastic. That's the real way to do it right there. Screw everything else. I'm so down to not have to worry about that. Oops. I mean, if you're already getting paid, it becomes so much less necessary to worry about any of that stuff. Like, I have no funding for this. I'm hoping to get funding at some point, though I really just wanted such an awesome product before I even wasted my time. So, one could argue that I probably should have just went for funding immediately. Though I don't think there's government funding, at least not in the US, for games about, you know, toys fighting other toys. Maybe. There might be some crazy people out there. Block, reversible. Yeah, that kind of thing is not usually, doesn't do well with players. The audience for that is not very big. But if the government's going to pay you to make it, I understand why you would do so. Not many people want to hear about what's going on in social media in their games, though. It's kind of escapist, so it's a tough sell. Maybe try to, you know, get a political streamer to maybe play it. I can see that. Maybe. Probably. Hopefully? I don't know. I could be totally wrong. Maybe there's an audience for it and I just don't know it. I mean, guess I shouldn't definitively say anything. I just know that I prefer people keep their politics out of my games. I think that's good enough to grab this. There you go. Yeah, I mean, if it's happening around them, I'm sure for them it's a big thing they'd probably want to talk about. I've always had this theory that I really don't care about the, I don't want this to sound bad here. The specific things about the people who made the game don't really factor into my enjoyment of the game. Like if they're from a particular nation, that's not going to make the game better or worse for me. If they have some ideology that, again, it's not going to matter to me. Is the game fun? And that's pretty much when I play a game. Oh, nice. Well, congratulations. Okay, I'm just gonna turn the lights on. I can't quite see this in relation to the stupid, the wall there. I'm trying to place it going, am I close? Am I close? Yeah, see, I wasn't even close. This is exactly why I should design with the lights on. Who knew designing in the dark was a bad idea? Huh. News to me. Yeah, like I say, there's a lot of people who are tired of, you know, having modern events, ideologies, and things cramped into their video games, so it can be a hard sell in this day and age. But if you're already getting paid to make it, I would make anything if I was paid to make it. I mean, you pay me enough money, I don't care, but why can't you grab that? You just having some problems there, lady? Well, it's actually not hard to jump into. I was trying to make it grabbable, but it sticks out way too much to be grabbable easily. I admit that if your game is about the Ukrainian war where the My Little Ponies attacked or something, that's a different world entirely. Like if it's actually a fantasy thing about that, okay, sure. I guess I should specify that. If it's a narrative story basically that could have been read off of, you know, X or something, okay, that's not quite the same. It's fine if it's like not some modern day thing you could have just gotten off of like social media. Like, people are just tired of that. I think is what it really is. I wouldn't make a game in this day and age of that nature unless I was literally being paid like that in advance, in which case, sure, whatever. But if I had my option otherwise, I'm assuming if it's a government grant, they're trying to do some raise awareness, propaganda type of thing, in which case, but I mean, like, they're getting the money, so I mean, like, if you're getting the money, like, say, you make whatever, I'm never against people making money. And if you don't even have to sell it and just give it away, that's even better. Like, that's beautiful. Because then it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant if anyone plays. You already got your money. I see. Why does it seem like this isn't moving over at all? I just wanted this grabbable just in case it wasn't a problem, but that didn't sound too bad. I mean, a disaster happening during something is totally fine. I think people just don't like weird preachy things. But I can see that working. Why do you keep hitting this and having problems, lady? Like she bounces off it. Disable strength. Well, actually, disable the other copies of strength. I need the first one. I don't need the other ones. But it might be cool. I mean, and then say if it's just, you know, a disaster and you're saving people, then I don't see where it would even matter where it was even at. I mean, if the dam gets blown up during, you know, in Ukraine during a war or something, I mean, that's fine. Actually, you've done the most important thing there. Get all the funding in advance. I guess I don't need to grab this if I can just jump up. Seems to be the case here, but once you have double jump, might be a problem. But I guess not. Just weird I can't grab this. That's what's confusing me. Oh, it's moving. What in the world? Click off that, click on this. 0.1, make the thing taller. Sometimes you can grab these splines and move them, and that's what's weird. I should be able to grab this, though. It's so weird. She was able to grab it. Good. I think this wasn't thick enough. Sure. And then I'm going to shrink it a small amount in this direction, maybe a 2.2. And probably just call it square on that, just so it's able to be gotten onto. I didn't try to want to have this light all the way over there. I could make it where there's an actual extra way to go this way. Like an alternate way to get through here by going this way around. Is that what I want to do? I mean, I guess it's fine. Like, what if I did this? I guess I could also just put pipes out there too. War never changes. I want to make a joke advertisement with war never changes and just have like all the dolls fighting. They're pretty funny. I almost don't even need this pipe up here, but the pipe goes into here, so it's kind of why I've kept it. It looks highly unnecessary with that, and then it also goes over here and does nothing, so it's like, how useful is this pipe? Don't really want to change it if it works, though. Maybe those should be the games I play on stream. Just the various people who are watching me dev and everything like that. Whenever they make a game, I just play their game on stream. I could probably do that. Assuming their game is not, you know, like something that isn't stream safe. Like if the game's not stream safe, obviously I wouldn't do that. But for all these people making their thing, it's like, well, I mean, I could do that and help them out. Don't know if that would get them many views, but get them some. Some nights it would get them a lot of views. Our audience is Poland? Oh my god. That's fair. I forget the rest of the world exists. Of course, I forget the rest of the US exists too, so... Imagine going outside, like unironically. Who does that? Okay, I like having this up here. It's just an extra... Okay, well, is this not a possible jump? And now I want to make games that are like heavily political for, you know, money that I don't have to sell. I'll shoot those games out so fast. I don't know how good they'll be, but I'll make them. I cannot make this jump. Yeah, outside sounds like just something that I don't want to mess with, okay? That seems like crazy town population me if I go out there. Ever since Mario warned me that the sun would actually just come down and attack, I've known better than go outside. Yeah. I mean, eh. Whatever makes profit is pretty much okay in my book for the most part, as long as it's legal. Guess I should qualify that, but I like that. I can just get up here now. Ooh, a whole other way I can go. That means that they're too stupid to find this entrance up. Okay, that's just hard. If they're too stupid to find the entrance above the clock here, there's a whole other way where they can go all the way around and then get up there and hopefully not fall like I did. So admittedly, you can jump from this pipe over here onto this to get onto that anyway, so I don't know how useful that all is, but I would finish this game in 5 months if it was like, here's a couple $100,000, but yep, we're cutting things out, boys. We were reducing some scope. Suddenly all the tarot cards have one ability, maybe two, and I'm just saying. There is that chance that it gets cut down to 44 abilities. I'm just seeing how long it takes to get 66 abilities to happen, and I gotta make use of them. Like, just because I made 66 abilities doesn't mean I can really make use of them, you know? Like, give time for them, so it's tentative 66 abilities. Based mostly upon the Empress having 3 pretty cool abilities. Man, I would so finish this game at the time frame that they set for the right amount of money. The longer they gave me, the better the game would be, sure, but like say a couple $100,000, I'd be like, hell yeah, we're finishing it right now. Good. Finish it in like a week. If you know, I was just, they said here's enough money, I would just cut out everything but this one area, be like, look, my game's like 2 hours long, good to go. Or just longer, just more than 2.5 hours. They can't return it. Just over 2 hours, yeah. Make it a little weird. And then it would be like, you know, released in sections for the rest of it. Would that be fun? I don't know about that, but it'd be an option. Like I said, if I got bribed enough, I'd do it. No questions asked. After all, I can always just make another game. I have plenty of other ideas for games. But this one's just got so many things going on. Kind of like what I did with that room now. I need to embellish the shit out of them. Art language. But let's see. Where are we at? I forgot those rooms above. That's that room there. I'm relatively happy with this room. Other than needing to make the control consoles cooler. You can easily make this over here, so I don't care about that. I don't like that this is just floating here. I want it to be in a little goodie case. That's true. I mostly had an Empress flyer here to grab something, but I should just have a key for it instead. Oh wait, these things have their own transfer. No, they don't. I don't know why spacebar wasn't working. Okay, I don't know why I can't click in. Oh, this is being dumb. Got it. All right, a spline clicked on. Goodie box. You can jump on a goodie box though. That's true. You can jump on a goodie box. could turn this table sideways. If I did that, I could get rid of this. It would leave a giant open area in this room, though, to get rid of that. I don't know if I like that idea. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I have a thought exercise I like to do where I take, you know, someone who's like, you know, one of the lore fiend types of people, I guess, say like a map pat type of character like that. I mean, most people like that who take what I know of them and then go, okay, so now, like if they had them, I gave them this like one question about my lore like that, you know, one perfect question where I give them the exact answer, and like what would they would ask, you know, trying to see if they could poke holes in my lore, with like restrictions on it or things like that. Just, you know, as a thought exercise of going, okay, well, if that was the question asked, like what's the most difficult question they could ask me right now? How would I answer that if someone asked me that right now? And along the way, I've written a lot of lore purely on the grounds of being, you know, basically forcing myself to answer it in a weird sort of way. Things for the world and everything like that, which led to various story things and stuff like that. But then it's more like a conversational way of writing, which I find a lot easier to think in terms of conversations than I do in terms of just an overarching story. Probably because I talk to people a lot. But, you know, surprise, right? I was just talking to people. I was doing business for the other day about, you know, how much I talk to people on stream and I talk to them there. Because he was saying he hates customer service. I quickly found out that the customers he deals with are, you know, old women who complain a lot. I understood why he did not like customer service. I mostly talk to people who play Magic or game devs. You know, cool people. Well, not every Magic player is cool, but most of them are pretty nice. Thanks for the lurk, Fox. Happens over one night. You've shown up at exactly the wrong moment. The events of this one night here will dictate what happens going forward. What's been going on has been going on for a while, but obviously, you know, if you're not a catalyst for change, it's not going to be much of a good story, right? And there has to be some big event that's going to happen, otherwise, pretty weak story, right? Like I'm just saying. And it'll eventually, if you watch the stream long enough, eventually everything will be spoiled because I'll have to make it, and I'm making it all on stream. So at some point I'll be like, I'll put a thing that's like heavy spoilers or stuff, just so people don't, you know, don't see things they don't wanna. Kinda, yeah. I mean, because otherwise, what would this really be? Groundhog Day? It says essentially the world I've set up here is essentially a Groundhog Day where everyone loops forever. And as the curse takes them over and they just become caught up in the loop. But if I sit there and play it out like Groundhog Day, like it would have to be like you'd end up restarting every single time you died. Which would be an interesting twist, right? You just take away all the save points and you just have to make it through the whole game without ever dying. Does that really sound fun though? It'd have to be a short game. And have to make the game intentionally hard too, and it'd be like a rage game at that point. Which would be an interesting idea, but I don't like those kinds of games, so I don't want to make it. I'm gonna say it, I don't like rage games. The game's incredibly hard just to be incredibly hard, I'm probably not gonna play it very long. I don't have a problem with hard games, I guess. It's mostly if the game is really fun, it's a different story entirely, I guess. Because I always like doing challenges. Like when I played MMOs, I'd solo all the content, even the raids, just because I thought it was funny. I didn't care that it was hard. But I was having fun doing it, whereas a lot of rage games are just repetitive. Until you memorize what you need to do. I don't have a great memory, and I also get really bored very quickly when it comes to that kind of stuff, so... But no, I'm just gonna play the story out over one night. And, yeah, and I'm gonna have it happen on Halloween itself. As you know. During a blood moon, because why not? Which is why I wanted to release it in October. That'd be awesome. And fitting. As they always say, that's like the one night when like the, you know, the world of the spirits and the world of the living are so close, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I'm already doing tarot cards, so if I'm not just going like full in on the, you know, weird, you know, mumbo jumbo crap, what am I doing with my life, right? Like, just saying. Like, I gotta get the whole spectrum in there. I wanted to put crystals in here too, because, you know, the same people who are into all this tarot stuff like the crystal stuff too. And zodiac things? I mean, I'm not putting zodiac things there. What am I even gonna do with that? I mean, like, just things that fit there. Wasn't even gonna have that much voodoo stuff in here, but it just... One of the characters was gonna be a voodoo doll, and it just led to me finding that pack of voodoo dolls, and suddenly now there's a lot of voodoo dolls. Originally I had a few. But the pack that had Patrick had like 8 different things, so suddenly now there's like 8 voodoo dolls. But I didn't want to tell people the story of the thing like that, because, you know, you might want to play the game and you might not want things spoiled. Or maybe you do. Maybe you're just like, nah, I don't care about that. You spoiled the crap out of this, but, you know, whatever. Try not to spoil it for people. There's actually one person I've been talking to her a lot of and bouncing ideas off her throughout the course of this. She's actually helped with a lot of tarot stuff too, because before this I knew nothing about the tarot cards other than what a tarot card was. And I have done much research now. Yes. I'm actually half tempted to have like a custom tarot deck or something as like a backup reward for having for a Kickstarter. So honestly, I think like a Tinka statue would probably get more people interested. Also easier to make. Should be very narratively important. But as a character who's stuck in all the paintings, it's not like she could do a lot. So, I mean, like, until I put in dialogue, she's not going to do a whole lot. But to be fair, in this game, a lot of the characters won't... I mean, Metroidvanias are very solo-centric anyway. So it'll just be Poppet following around. You're not taking people with you. It isn't a party game. Where am I hiding the key for this thing? Not in this room, obviously. Actually, the carnival room cabinet key. I can change the glass. It'll be wet in there. That's a little disturbing. What? Hide it away. Frozen. Shattered. Dirty. And clean. I need a Ouija board too for this. I actually need to have some sort of haunting and things like that too for fun. I mean, there's obviously ghosts involved. I mean, because Charlotte's there, so right off the bat you can tell there's at least one ghost involved. Well, to be fair, Tinka's already been established that she died, but her soul's stuck in the painting, so she's a ghost. She's a painting, not a ghost or something. So that's... those are established ghosts. I'm still puzzled of how I'm going to have any kind of battle against something that is human-sized. Like, I just don't have a good way of doing that. Also, I don't know why I made Tinka so large, because in reality she shouldn't be that big by comparison. It just looked cool that she was huge. But in reality, she should be approximately... how big is Charlotte? It's gonna be like 4.6. I mean, Tinka's probably about like, would be like a size 5 or something like that. Even that's too small, I think. 6 maybe? How big would she really be? About that big, I guess? I mean, she's floating in the air. Using the one of the sprite animations from the Paragon, so she's Paragon animation. So if she were standing and not animated, actually I'll just remove animation. How big would you be? You missed the Paragons, they're still there. Yeah, why do you miss them? They're on Fab. They're all here waiting for you. Actually, one of them was like, she was temporarily not even available on here because they forgot to add her. The Countess wasn't around for a while too. They forgot to add her back. Oh. I never played the game. But I'm happy to use the animations that they had. I don't really want to use the characters per se. I mean, if I was going to make a game out of those, fine, I guess, but... they're so specific, you know? Like, they got, you know, main character energy, but their main character in something that just looks so weird that, yeah. Like, I'm going to get rid of the animations. Morgosh I was trying to find for the longest time. They didn't have her included, but she had a voodoo doll, and I was going to use her for voodoo, but the thing is that voodoo doesn't even use dagger or anything anymore, so might have been cool. Also, there's no way a dagger could ever hit Poppet. She's too big. Voodoo's too big. Yeah, so roughly I think Tinka would be about this tall. I think I have a canon height for her in her bio. But it turns out that women actually reach their full height not too far off of 14 years old anyway, so Charlotte would actually be about a normal female size anyway. I was looking all that up, I was like, huh. So yeah, imagine a fight against a character this tall. Like, how would you... also, if things are kind of messed up. Well, I'm going to fix her anyway, so it doesn't matter. But how would you even fight that? Like, and also, how does that character hit you? But besides trying to stomp on you, it seems like it'd be really hard. So I've been contemplating that for a while, of how I would fight a human-sized character. Yeah. I don't have a good answer yet. Yeah. Well, the thing is, the Shadow of the Colossus people are often not even, a lot of them are misshapen in their things there, but also they just have animations that are designed to, you know, hit downward like that. And most of mine are designed to hit things that are of the same height. So I'm having to tweak all these animations, and then what I'm finding, and I saw this with Voodoo, like, yeah, she has this really long pin that she can try to stab you with, but if she has to stab it downwards, instead of it having a really good horizontal distance that it would hit, it actually hits a very less horizontal distance because it has to be vertically shifted to go downwards, making it hit a much smaller area. Unless for some reason Poppet is jumping, I guess, and happens to be out. So it's been a problem, and that's for a character that's only 3 times the size. As you could see here, you know, Tinka is like, would be huge. Not saying you're fighting Tinka, just using her as an example of an adult woman, you know. So it's like, okay, what are we gonna do? On that one, and but yeah, I'll find something. I mean, stomps can work. It has heat-seeking things. The battlefield itself can fight you. Yeah, but here I actually made her ridiculously large. She's like a 15. In reality, based on the other, she should actually be about this big. If she were like a regular human size. Doesn't look as cool though, you know? But maybe it's better, I don't even know. Makes her less imposing. She could also just be not floating in space. Not sure if I like that or not. I also consider having a giant painting, so even here she's inside of a painting, which would be interesting. Well, now I gotta envision what this would look like if there was a giant painting there, right? I mean, like, why wouldn't I ask this question, right? Like, what if there was a huge painting here instead? And she was inside the huge painting? Sounds interesting. I gotta know. Okay, well, maybe not quite that big. I think we went a little overboard there, but, you know, like, if she were just living in this painting? Maybe just a size 1, huh? I would change the picture that was on there, of course. Gotta wonder, though. It's like Tinka painting, I guess. It's fine. Oh, wrong one. Poppet is my universal everything, so everyone asks her. Be like Tinker painting. Now I'd make it unlocked. Well, she's too small even in that, though, so it wouldn't be all that interesting. I kind of like her better as big, though it is more interesting if she's in a giant painting. What I could do is actually just construct a giant painting and have her just floating in it without having that a thing. I mean, because having her giant and big was interesting, but I mean, if she is always in a painting, why in the world is she floating out there? I guess you're in the painting world? People do like the Titanic waifu, though. That's true. Titanic waifu is a selling point for many. It would have to be like ginormous because she's not very big in the painting. For her to even be like a human size. Or she could just float there. If she's gonna float out here, she needs to be huge. Because otherwise it just seems really weird and empty. If, yeah, I don't like this. I'm just gonna leave her as huge for now. Though I kind of like the idea of having a painting for her to be in, but if I do that, I probably want to manually construct one. And it would need to be big enough to basically have a huge version of Tinka in it. Or maybe not this big, but it would take up this whole area. I already made some of this stuff here. Let me grab some component pieces and see about making something specific here. So I could just make a painting like this, like do this setup here. Make it big. Not very thick though is the problem. We need to be much thicker. I could do the thing where, like, you know, you have the woman who sticks halfway out of a painting as a thing. That's an interesting idea. Curious. Not really built for that though. Yeah. Not feeling the idea. Fair enough. Oh, we'll grab a soda drink real fast and be back. Working on the voodoo dolls on this, and I needed to change the code on how I did all this. Let's see, or this, or this. If I took a nice break from doing this fight over and over, trying to get this to work. But to be honest, I don't really hate how she plays now, and I might make her a little more complicated as it goes along. Maybe give her an extra attack or two, but honestly, I mean, she doesn't play that badly. Especially if I make her have a lot of health, it'll be quite the fight. I probably need to work on her little minions so their minions are less stupid, but whatever. Let me change this number to a real number. It's not supposed to be 5, it's supposed to be 20. Basically forcing her to trigger it every 23 seconds. Thus giving you some time to wail on her in between them. I might extend that depending upon how long it goes. I don't know, maybe. And of course, this whole gathering thing I'm probably not doing. Whatever the case. There's already a remove from array on here, right? This should be easy. I can just add an array onto the API spawned here and specify the array I want to remove from. What kind of array is it? It's just an actor array. Originally I just had the spawn array, but it's fine. A little messier than I want it to be. I guess I could move this down some. It doesn't, I guess it doesn't matter that much. Not much need to promote the array to a variable. I have an array already. Means I do some changes on our summons here. Right. No, that might not be all I need to do on this. You'll do. Never mind, it's right here. It does not do what I want it to do. I don't think it does, right? Because then you have, I guess they get a reference to the array so they can remove themselves from it, so it doesn't really matter, which then means on the other one they would have to, it needs to have its own array memorized at that point. Which then means the thing that tells it has to tell it too, so spawned in has to also do it. Hey, Rasta. How'd your stream go? Did you figure out what you were working on? Oh, gone. I don't think this works the way I want it to. I don't think this is how it's gonna work at all. Do I need to do this? That was a question you'd ask here. Mine okay? That's fair. Have any of us ever really figured out what we're doing? I mean, here I am sitting there doing dumb things right now trying to figure out if this is even the right thing to do. Yeah, I can do this differently here. 1 second. Diabolic shield. Well, the array it's removing from, and this is a child of BPMPC, which means that if the command here told it to remove something from there, it would remove it from Lou herself because it's her array it's being handed. Pretty certain that's what we're thinking here. That might work. I'm gonna test it, see if it works while I finish setting it up. Running through the logic in my head on this one. Summon unit. So this adds the actor array there, and then this one here is going to add to gotta do this here so it has the spawner. This is the target, this is the array. It's not a goal after we do this, and then on death it should remove itself. Wait, this is my problem right here. How do I get the array that it's in? From here. Because it hands it over there. I would need to promote it to a variable when it's added. But then they'd all promote to the same variable, which should give them one array for all the spawns. This does not work the way I want it to at all. What was actually the 5 style stupid? Got it. What I really need to do is find the character in the array. And just add them all to the same spawn array. Or have a system where I've just named a bunch of different arrays and then have put in each one. And then I could have separate spawn arrays. And that would probably be the easiest method. It'd be really jank. It would allow me to have like 3 different, like, you know, or like however many things I pre-set up for that. But I don't think I need that. So in reality, I just add, I don't do this here. I just check the spawn rate. Actually, I'm going to do a thing first. I want to check and make certain I got this right with something that I already know works. After I just got it working, I'm going to break it. Yeah. For each. Got to throw in a for each here on it every time. Actor has tag. One second. Wait. No. Get all actors with tag. This is way easier than I think it is. Because then, armed with this, well, first off, let's get the tag that I used for the little cultists. A unique identifier. Tag. I just called it a voodoo cultist. Perfect. Length. See, and the different array is it's check for empty array. I believe it's -1. Wait, there's an is empty function? Wait, what? Oh. Well. You see the link, right? Let's test it. Then they can all be part of the spawn array, and I don't care if the spawn array has no link to it at all. Irrelevant. This will find all the ones with tags in the world that have that, and since she only spawns those as long as they're around, she should Wait. If empty is false. Yeah, repeat, and if true, then destroy. Okay, let's test this. I also need to reset this back to being faster for purposes of testing. I didn't think of how much easier this was. I almost did a really complicated system for no particular reason. Thankfully, I came to my senses. A long time ago I made this metal colored. I don't know why it changed. I thought it was really cool when it was metal colored. Plastic one's a little weird. These enemies are really stupid, so... I'm back in fight, you suck. Be the last one. It is, right? I should have put a thing to check. Oh, I did it. Getting him off, okay. Hell yeah. Yeah, it seems to work just fine. The only one test to make certain that she's not taking damage. Now she's taking damage again, really? Yeah. Is that an always? Oops, I clicked out the thing. I wasn't even paying attention. Alright, well, let's do it again real fast then. I'm just watching the stuff there and clicking this. I'm not even paying attention anymore. It's not trying to win the fight or anything. Which means you just die very quickly if you don't constantly watch your sanity and or your health for that matter. There's a lot hitting you in this fight. Okay, so it does work, it's just that I think the glitch happened. Well, let me loop it one more time and see if it happens again. I get them all? Okay, it just takes a moment to fall. Yeah, it's just a bug. That's fine. I don't care. All right, so now what I want to do then is first off remove things that says diabolic shield over and over because I don't want to see that every 5 seconds. Again, if the bug happens every once in a blue moon, I don't care that much. It's not going to ruin my world. Asking to get all that, just tag. I think the tag they have is actually just voodoo doll. But just in case it has a different tag than voodoo doll, now it says that. Length. Less than 5. Branch. Well, either way, I make the summon unit timer go 0. It's just whether or not I want to do that or not. If true, summon unit. If false, just reset action. And I can reduce this amount by probably a fair amount, honestly, because it doesn't really seem to affect the fight that much. And this means every 10 seconds she would summon another helper, but it would cap it at 5, so she would never have a legion, because that's originally why I was at 20, was to prevent the legion problem. 12 means it'd basically be, let's see, she has different delays based on her which phase we're in here. So phase 2 would be when she'd start doing that. So that's not too bad. I said it did. And yeah, so 13 seconds per thing, or 11 seconds in the final phase. That means basically once a minute she'll have refreshed her entire legion of helpers. That might be too much. It might. Guess I could just test it and see if it seems like it's too much. I don't want to get too crazy in the balance things. Mostly it's just, does it play out okay? Oh. I don't really like a lot of this 8-bit music stuff. Probably like the old retro music, like that. It was cool when I was a kid, I guess, but it's not like I had other options, so. I think face the target is a little weird, and that's why she spins, so I need to change that on the NPCs, I guess. Summon your helpers. She already got them out there. Okay, as one. Well, you would have this, so... God, these things are irritating. The Fool is like incredibly bad against that enemy. And the Empress is like extremely good against it. Doesn't seem like she summoned too many of them. I guess I should let her summon a bunch and see how it goes, right? See if she summons 5 of them and stops. Which is actually what the test should have been all along. I was seeing how they kind of played out, but... I don't know why the music doesn't keep playing though. That is weird. It's set to loop, or it's supposed to be. How many you summoned? I see 1. Wait. No, it's searching. Okay, I don't... I don't think it's removed itself from the array correctly. And she isn't spawning new ones. Okay. Well, I didn't expect it to work right the first time. Did anyone else? Probably not. Okay, that song is just not my jam. Okay, that one's not my jam either. I had to go through and delete a bunch of the crappy ones. There's like, I don't know how many hundreds of these stupid songs that I need to go through for this humble bundle. It's such a big number, and I'm just like, ah, don't wanna. How many are there? Let's see. This list has over 1,000. Oh god, that can't be true. There's got to be like some. Oh, no, it looks like okay. There might be more than I thought. Okay, maybe not quite as many because there's a bunch of weird math listings too. I'll delete those crap. Imagine having a Mac. Who does that? I haven't actually seen a real life Mac in a very long time. I mean, I've seen iPads, but like a regular desktop Mac, I haven't seen one in a long time. When was the last time I saw one? Huh. I actually can't even remember the last time I've seen one. Been that long. Wow. Huh. I mean, I must still make them. Actually, that's probably incorrect. I probably saw them over at Best Buy and didn't notice. Walk by them or something. Maybe they have some, like, laptops there or something. Could be true. Didn't do much. I get the feeling they're not removing themselves from the array here. I think I have to tell it to add itself to the thing here. I just forgot to do that part. So it was never removing itself from this array. Roo. Oh wait. Wait, do I even need to add that to a spawn array? Do I care? I don't think I even need to. I don't know if I care. I guess it lets her destroy him at the end. They're linked to 0? That's fair, yeah, because it checked first. Something that linked as 1, sure. What if I kill one? How about now? Should say 1 next time, right? No, it's a 2. How is it not getting rid of those actors? Also, I wasn't paying attention to my sanity. I'm just busy paying attention to that. Because it's being destroyed. And the other one works. Those are destroyed, and it turns their shield off. Right? I'll try it one more time. I want to see if it takes longer to remove them or something. Zero, sure. Now another one, so 1. It's not gone from the map yet, so I'm waiting until it's gone from the map for it to count. Because it might be working just fine. I just want to be certain. So until this is gone. Yeah, it's one again. She just summoned another. Wait, did you summon another one yet? Yeah, she did. Okay. That one vanished, so she summoned yet another one. Check my sanity. I wasn't watching it again, because I'm dumb. At least you can't hide behind these for very long. It just runs up and stabs you. There's 3 on the map. That's perfect, because 0 is the first number in the array. If she stops at 5, then it's working perfectly. If only the music worked perfectly. I don't want to blow him up. No, I'm trying to let him count up. Fine, I don't care if he healed. I'm trying to test this out. Summon one more. I dare you. Do it. Just summon one more. Made me look bad. You know you want it. Yeah, she isn't going to summon another one. Okay, that's fair. 4, 5. There's still 5. Okay. I guess to be fair, when you get the link to the array, the 0 is in fact, that still counts as one linked in the array, so the link to the array wouldn't really start at 0. I guess that's fair, you're right. Silly me. That's a way better method. Huh. I didn't even think about it. I mean, because in this situation, I can also get... I can run a loop through each one and find every actor in an array that has those things. But nah, that's not that useful. The other good thing is when you beat her, it'll despawn all the crap too. So that's pretty valuable as well. Oh. Huh. I'm tired of it anymore. Actually, I barely moved around today. I literally just got up at 4 p.m. and then went off to work for like an hour, which an hour to start with was me getting dressed and eating food, and well, prepping the food, then eating the food, and then driving to work. So that was like my first hour of the day. And I sat at work, created people cards. I came home about an hour before I was supposed to stream. I was like, which actually isn't that many hours at work, but I only have one person to meet today, I thought. Turned out to be 3, but they're like, yeah, we'll see you at 6 p.m. I'm like, okay. The guy's like, can you meet me earlier than that? I'm like, I guess. Like, I have an appointment at 6 p.m. Light work day, though. I did get 8 hours of sleep, so you would think that I would be less tired. I went to sleep around 8 p.m. Sorry, 8 a.m. I think I stopped streaming around like 7. Got myself a shower because I was disgusting. Ugh. Turns out that all these hours of streaming do not make it easy to get everything else done I need to do. The game dev is too fun. This works pretty well, except for her turning. It's weird. How do I make an actor? You have to look at rotation of thing there, and then rotate towards them, but only using by picking the short. Wait, what does this do? Does this do what I want? The shortest path is that. Because like, you know, when they're looking at it like that, I think why she's rotating in a circle, it's just doing the same like clockwise thing every time to find this something like that. The blurb just rotates the clockwise thing. It doesn't pick the shorter of the two. It doesn't go counterclockwise ever. So she'll loop around like an idiot, which means it's just a flaw in my setup for this. Wait, what? There's something called a slurp. I was joking about a slurp earlier and being why they named Lerp. I didn't realize there was actually a slurp. All right then. It's like slurp. Slurp? So this is based on those, two different those. What's right here? There's like a delta rotation. I'm so excited there's a slurp. See if she spins all the time or not. Whoa, that did even worse. Holy crap. Jesus. He's unstoppable. I have no idea what's even going on anymore. Oh god. Wow. It's not as helpful as I was expecting. I thought that this would do better than what I was hoping for, but it did not in any way, shape, or form. Only blueprints. I had a system where the character would rotate to look at the player, but it always rotates clockwise and never rotates counterclockwise for the shorter rotation. I was trying to find the best way to do the opposite, where it would do either or. By doing what any sane person would do, browse the internet and hope you find the answer. There's a, what, universe? I don't think that does what I want. What I had, get active rotation R. Actually, I didn't do R interp. R interp 2. That's a delta time though. Get delta seconds. Perfect. Sure, like do it in like 2 seconds or something, whatever. Do this. Ram this into here. I only care about the Z because I really would prefer it not rotate to God knows what. That would be obviously ridiculous and not worth doing. I don't need the delta rotator anymore. I'll clean it up after I discover if this works or not, because that does make a big difference. No need to clean up code that isn't even working. Alright, will she spin? Spin for me, baby, spin! Spin this way, please. What you doing? Suck bubbles. Suck bubbles. Gross. It looks like she's turning just fine. Turn this way. I think that fixed it, actually. I'm really terrible when it comes to random, you know, math in 3D spaces. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I just am. Yeah. I mean, her head spins in circles, but I'm okay with that. Even though it's a weird, pleasant accident, it's funny and I like it because it's so creepy and weird. But I haven't seen her do a full 360 at any point of her whole body. I have no idea why her head spins though. Like, there's no reason why it spins. No other one else using that animation has her head spin, but for whatever reason, she likes to spin her head. And you know what? If that keeps her happy and working, instead of being some diva who just never wants to work right, I'm okay. Perfect. I fixed the problem. You can see how this is on the DPM PC, and they all use this. That fixes the problem for a lot of minions. Enemies, I should say. Where are we at here? I left up a thing for, what was the message that was being displayed? I left something on there. Well, first of all, let's restruct. Okay, that, don't connect that way. We're gonna connect this way, thank you. Don't need a new one. Just need these to be the thing there. I'm okay with how fast she does that. Did I change Diabolic Shield back to the right time? No. As if the fight wasn't already long enough. It doesn't need to be longer. Especially not with all the testing I'm doing. This now works. The link is perfect. I don't care about that anymore. Honestly, other than maybe tweaking her things a little bit more and giving her one extra ability or two, I might actually just be happy with her as she is. I gotta fix Patrick now, too. This is kind of too big of a battle arena for Patrick, though. I'd have to have a smaller one for Patrick. Let's go grab Patrick's room and just drag it over here, too, so I don't have to deal with the incredible load times. I mean, it's not that bad, but, you know, if it costs me like 15 seconds to load over 20 every time I test something, it takes a lot longer than this where it's almost instant. I'll give him the choice. Much easier problem to fix than expected. Right, Patrick, come with me. Also, I want to loop this all the way around so it just blocks everything. Whatever the case. Yes. What's the nav mesh look like? Order recovers it, perfect. Wasn't that exciting? I'm gonna delete it anyway just for a second here because I want to adjust this so that Patrick can't get out. Because Patrick's feisty, and if left unchecked, Patrick will run away. We can't have that. And of course I need to make these small enough so that Poppet can't get out. Because she's also feisty and she'll run away too. This is a very common theme amongst my characters being feisty, apparently. On this track. Doesn't sound terrible. Not sure if I'm gonna use it, but it can go on here anyway. There. Patrick's problem was if he wasn't summoning his anti-helpers. Let's go ahead and set that up. Okay, so we'll set him up to only use this last phase the whole time. Because he summons his anties like crazy during this phase. Last time the timing was causing this one to be reset to the wrong thing by other actions that use the same one, so we're just getting at a different one there, and that should hopefully help. Oh. I think I understand what I was doing wrong. What montage do I want to play for this, though, is the question. Oh, never mind. Some of these tracks are something. I'll give them that. Find location seems good. Oh, there's no music set for this one? Fair enough. Except for from him himself. Oh, both lights are marked as off. Fair enough. Also, they're too high in the air, but that's fine. Or one of them is. We're summoning him, but you know what I really forgot? Nav mesh. I deleted it. Didn't seem like this would be that hard to do. Also, while I'm at it, cubes are in the air too. I think that was all it took to fix it. Not even sure I needed to change the variable, to be honest. He doesn't really fire a lot of extra projectiles, so it might not even matter, but that I want this. I just set the anti-army size whenever I want. That's probably what happens best, right? Yeah. Which would mean that um actually the macro just had, I should just probably stuck with that. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Sure. Just so I'm not duplicating the use of this thing. That's probably fine to the other, but sure. Five on that one. That's battle phase 3. Just summons one any at a time. Probably speed that up by about 1 iteration. I don't think I'm going to do too much more than that. I'm going to go through all his battle phases and change them because they're not as good as they once were, but he is an early boss, not a late boss, so He never got his stuff organized. Very sad for him. Oh, don't hear that. Why is it now just doing gold graded? I have questions. Also, why is yellow ever used? It's painful to look at. I don't want to see it. Technically, all these don't even have to be in here. I could actually just have it as its own little macro as part of the anti-army thing, which might actually be not a bad idea. In fact, I actually don't know why this isn't part of one macro. To be 100% honest. If it's, this is false, right? I have it set up. Yeah, if true summon and do these things here, sure. Oops. Wait, now I want this way on the other one here. I won't actually have to have all that extra crap. I can just run this macro. And then have it move on without doing the extra garbage. I'll also clean this character in case I want to play with their AI more later, which I'm almost certainly gonna do. You know? I might seal the point blank off these other ones there because I think this one's the best point blank. Might move around for a second, I'll be right back. Guess the other ones he does that. He doesn't really do much else. He just jumps backwards. On the other ones, I think. Because I never really changed him. I just made him do that. He has a double attack here. Same thing here. He doesn't really have a lot of stuff. There could be some combination of those. I don't know if I really wanted to retreat that much, though. But I guess you don't want him to stay forever stuck in one thing, though, so you want him to constantly move distances, so... When was he doing these? Those are at point blank, right? Yeah. Or he's gonna just do a massive jump backwards too. Gonna reset the fight. This mic certainly works. Oh, I guess I can do a music thingy on here. Patrick has music, it doesn't matter, I don't need that. Did have the chat though, like an idiot. I guess I'm not strength enabled, so I can't do the double jumps and stuff, but enough. Where's the lights? There's one there, and guess I have to turn that one on. Oops. Seems to work. It ain't supposed to be very hard. I gotta admit, his second phase seems a little wimpy. Hmm. Hmm. Too lazy to retype code. Sure, you can't do an output, I get it. Montage to play, look at targets, fine. Yeah, we're just firing projectile. Already the same. I just want to do this loop though, that's what I was looking for. I get tired of doing these do-end loops, so you know. I need one of these. Nice, jack the rest of that, and boom. Pull the code from that, so now you can do it X times, which is probably better than the other. Pump these numbers up here when he's shooting them. Grab and fire 2 in the air. Also, there's a turn command that I need to look at too. Interesting. I was actually using the Arian tube before, and I just you know, interesting. Why am I making a rotator, adding the turn amount to the Z? That worked the way I wanted to? I think so. Oh no, it does because I had plus or minus things. It didn't seem like it worked that well. Maybe timing your sheet. Like it didn't seem like it didn't work. It just didn't work very well. Very good. Slight turns to do attacks seemed almost kind of unnecessary. Definitely not the best thing I've ever done with my time. I'll just test it and see how it plays out. Like the area where he fires his projectiles from is like off, right? That's what I'm seeing. Like it looked like it was okay, but he turns in such a way that it doesn't really work. Should I move the projectile arrow to the mesh? Then I can just, it should move with it. Well, if I can connect it like the head or something, maybe just the root of the character. I guess arrows can't be moved to the mesh, huh? Okay. Well, he turns a little bit, so I guess I want it slightly over to the side. Just so it's a little more accurate. All of his projectile attacks turn him. Just a little bit. That didn't seem to help, did it? Huh. Yeah, it was right over the other side, so I don't even know. Probably leave some of these lights on so I don't have to do this manually. One of them should be on by default, but it didn't make much difference. Mostly works. He's not broken anymore, which is the problem I had with him previously. Because being broken was not great. Also, we should probably go back to having your full health and not thinking about it. Yeah, we're 1400 previously, but I might make it that she gets healed by those other things, in which case she could have way less health. Might be more fun? Question mark? Fun? What is fun, right? He doesn't have to be that complicated. He's literally an early boss, not some super complicated boss. He doesn't have a force reset anymore. I guess he doesn't necessarily break. But there's that chance he will, so I guess I'll just add this on here. And this way, if he breaks at any point, he'll fix himself. And if he doesn't, then it won't matter. What is even going on with this? I was like the action phase, so I only need this here. I was working on this character quite a while ago as well. And I didn't bother to finish some things. Left him where he was to work on something else. Happens so often. So... oh. But as long as he fights and he's reasonable, good enough for me right now. That should be good for that. Anyway, take this back there with me though. I need to pick a day. It's like polish day where I just go through and polish things by adding in sound effects and particles and stuff like that. Today's more bug fix day than polish day though. Just saying. Hopefully this locks him better into the battlefield. Actually, wait, it's not even up by the wall there, is it? Fix that. Yeah, it's way out there. It's ridiculous. Apparently, I happily did that and pushed him farther in, which is probably unnecessary to have done. Actually, I don't think I want to do that, because then you can potentially get trapped between the wall and that. I don't think I want that. Weird that that's so close over there. I didn't think it would be. Those were always in the air. Also, I guess I grabbed that whole thing and moved it with. I thought I just copy-pasted it, but I guess not, no? So... you can't get through any of this, right? You like it there, Patrick? Is that what you're doing? I don't know if I want this to be a place you can go or not, because you could hide. It should have been a floor. Where did it go though? Yeah, that's what it was. I ended it back here. I guess I got moved down somehow. I don't know if hiding under would be that great because he fires a lot of projectiles and sends explosive little minions after you, so that might not be that valuable. Maybe though. I'll fix that. I did make the battlefield bigger. A lot bigger, which might not be a good thing, honestly. It might be too big. It's the entire interior of this area, which was the original goal. I don't know why it was so small earlier. It should fit better in between. I'm fine with that. One of the other bugs I need to fix. This, I really looked at that. People suggest things like that. Weird game for the stream, maybe. I always just so much more to write. Alright. This bug's annoying. Pretty much, pretty much. How's your project going, Lepus? Says ad breaks. If you have an ad, I guess I'll ask in a bit too. But oh, YouTube popping off again. Doing an in-game interface? Nice, nice. How's it going? Is it like, you know, coming along well? I don't care about this overlap thingy. I think I'm gonna just leave it off. Also, partial for experiments and still there for now. Nice, nice. I still have to decide if I have experience in this game or not. I don't really want it. To be honest, I don't really want it to be like the regular leveling ever. I am still looking for a good reason to fight the enemies, though. Maybe the experience and the level visually was more challenging than I thought. I suppose it's fair. Surprised that was all that challenging, honestly. Usually you can just kind of change graphics around. YouTube popping off really early tonight. Usually it waits till like 6 o'clock and then it's like going, I'm already like 8+ hours into a stream, and it's like, we're popping off now. I'm like, ugh, but why now? Oh, I see. And if it doesn't have that, then it would do this. It doesn't push the player and it would trap them. All right. Make it so the progress goes smoothly from 0 to fill for each level. Actually, that's a little hard then. The player gets a lot more experience and might level up a lot. The progress bar to move that way for each level he gets. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. That's a little more effort. Gotta make mine move smoother than they do. That's a future me problem when I'm doing all the polishing. For now, current me's like, me. Either way, I think I probably want A on this one. Well, wait. Do I want that? As it is now, when you try to open it, if it fails and hits something, it will then close when you try to next use it. Do I want to make it where you can force it open from there, or does it matter? I don't think it matters. I just want the glow to go away. Yeah, still do this on over there. Battle system, inventory system after. You're gonna make a full-on RPG? Are you making something different? Am I playing this there? Playing it all zeros makes no sense. I won't even hear it. It's dumb. That is the dumb. Do I use BPI furniture? I don't recall ever using that. Don't use that, right? Fair enough. I mean, battle systems can be pretty complicated. I mean, usually they are pretty complicated for the most part. Inventories, it really depends on what your inventory does, honestly. If it's a full Diablo inventory, it's going to take you a little more time. If it's not a full Diablo inventory, where you're not dragging things around and everything, then it's just a list. Probably won't take it very near as long, I imagine. I hope not. Yawning early today. Oh, who am I kidding? Plenty of times I yawn really early in the day. Play use icon. Actually, where's on interact? Oh, Tarograph? Just interaction check. Yeah, if you put interact, I don't use that. Initially, I pulled these from the Victorian house thingy. Drawers and things like that, and I changed things around. Maybe I do need that. Think so, though. Hey, Wing Poo, how's it going? I'm fixing bugs. the name wrong in that? I might. Um, the drawers, when they open up, they would just stop in the middle of nowhere. Now they're not really stopping, because I think I screwed something up, but... And then they would just have like a permanent graphic on them. Like the particle would never go to use it on them again. Catch you there, Izanaji. Good luck with the meeting. I swear this worked before. But all I had was this going into stop and I did nothing else. I think it's because this delay, honestly, actually. I think that's the issue. They just copied the code from over there and I just want to deactivate the particle. Yeah, I've got both my bosses pretty fixed, and Voodoo now does a whole lot different combat than she used to, so it's been pretty hard at making her not terrible. I'm still stuck inside it. But there I wasn't. That time it's stuck. I think it's like a... Oh, the capsule's the only thing on the character that matters. The mesh has no collision. I'm wondering if it's just playing the sound, it takes time. So what I'm doing now is I'm just gonna run a sequence and have it stop, and then play all this crap afterwards. You know. Nah. See, this has collision enabled. Actually, this one technically has Doob. You're right, that's Doob. Never mind, I forgot about that. I actually have it on all of them. Never mind, I have it on all of them, every single one. Sometimes I thought I got rid of it, but I guess not. Okay, fair enough, I technically have it on all of them. That's weird that I didn't get rid of all of them, I wonder why. Seems like I wouldn't want it on all of them. Oh wait, my bad. This one's a query only. This one is collision enabled for everything, so this mesh doesn't have anything. This mesh does. There we go, that's the difference. I was like, wait a second, one of these doesn't have that, and this has collision enabled. Alright, hey Joker. Getting meatballs is very delicious. That's all you need to know. This wasn't even like a major bug, it was just annoying. I was like, oh, let's fix this, because I just fixed all the boss thingies and didn't feel like fixing something complicated. I think when she's in her animation, she can't really be knocked out of it. Now, if she's in the animation, it won't let her do that. I don't think her animation can be interrupted yet. I could already complete it, then she has to actually finish the animation first before this happens. Instead of just having it running. I wonder how that would play out better. Yeah, it's set to block it. It's just that she's caught in an animation and it's... Well, she's in the animation while they're doing. Hey, Samuel, how's it going? Oh, no. Always worth asking questions. It's just that she's in the middle of the animation, it won't let you interrupt, and if I do it like this, then it takes forever to do this. I don't know if I like that better. Probably not, because you can't really just jump and do things anymore. You sort of can, actually. Like I said, while she's in that animation, it's not going to let her move. Kind of locks her in place. So I can make it really fast or I can do it during, but either way it's going to be kind of a problem. Probably missing something about how these montages work and letting her move during those things. There's probably some dumb thing I need to check, would be usually how it works. Like, let's stand right by it, and now... Oh no, it still does it. It didn't do anything different. Didn't this work previously? I'm gonna check something real fast. Check a previous version of the game. I have plenty of them. Might go back to level design in a bit. I worked on the AI too of the bosses, so now they both function pretty well and are a lot better, especially Vu's way better. She doesn't break anymore, so that's pretty helpful. I don't have any enemies I really want to work on at the moment as far as their AIs though. I mean, like, they're all fine. Only the bosses need to be smart. But you have a whole bunch of brushes just sitting up there. Loading the other copy of it. Just a set relative location. Oh, I know. I have the answer. Yeah, thanks for answering the question. I definitely didn't notice it at first, that it was, I was like, oh wait, that is not active. Nice. I'm glad I opened a whole other copy of Unreal Engine just to find out I probably had a sweep ticked on the other one and just didn't realize it. Sounds about right. Well, that's the case. I don't like this method here. I'm just gonna go with the it moves as you do, because I think that's just a blatantly better idea than me having to wait. Because I want to be able to do it mid-air. It's more fun that way. Basically, the less I stop the player, the better. Well, but that's the best thing there, is because, you know, if it's code, then you're going to have to go through and make certain you put that in the code. Which should be the same thing. The only difference is I just had to click a box. I'll make like this. Oh, which plugin? There we go, yeah. That won't open at all. What you hitting, buddy? I guess I muted the music for no reason. Nice. Got me. You're talking about the plugin I used for this, right? For the background there. It's called Crystal Nodes. Yeah, it's free on Fab. Looks a lot like this. I'll just link it in chat for people. And for the YouTube people. Holy crap, there are 40 people watching on YouTube. You know what, YouTube? I love you, YouTube. There's much, it just keeps going up. It's crazy. I love Twitch as well, but I'm sorry. I just didn't realize I looked over there to link it to YouTube as well. I was like, oh. But what is this hitting that's causing a problem? String. Give me the name. I think it's hitting the actual the dresser it's in itself, and I just never noticed because it just might not have had that on. It would make sense. In which case these need to be smaller because, well, you know, hitting that, which is dumb. But if I wasn't doing dumb things in Unreal Engine, would I be doing anything at all? It's like scope, you know, if I wasn't over scoping, would I be scoping at all? Yeah. Pipe contraption. How are you hitting a pipe contraption? This one's not hitting anything, it doesn't open anymore. Oh, electric node? Well, see, I don't like this style at all because I find it hard to read. Especially when it does this crap. Like that's hard to read. I don't even know what's connecting there. This one's okay. I don't know why I'd want it, per se. Well, what's confusing me is more that it's overlapping an actor that's not there. Right? It's overlapping a pipe contraption, which it's not, because there's no, the pipe contraptions are, there's one up here and like one over here, and I think one up here, but this droid on here isn't overlapping any of that. That's what's confusing there, is that it's decided that that's what the name it was giving me, the pipe contraptions, which are those things. They get spawned in though. Yeah, I think Fox uses both electric nodes and um, crystal nodes on his. Oh no, it's fine with the bounds. That's not the issue. Enlarging them doesn't, like, they're still the same physical size. The only things that would change would be, you know, I mean, everything enlarges at the same ratio. But these doors are child blueprints. And I was worried that it would hit its parent, but it's not hitting its parent. You know what I'm saying? It's not hitting the player. It's just hitting, it's hitting something that isn't there. I could have a check for just if it's Poppet herself, which I thought about doing, but I'm just curious why it's hitting something that's just not there. I guess I could test in a room where those aren't even spawned in. I'm curious to see what happens, because where am I using those where they're not at? Blah, blah, blah. I guess I don't use those drawers very often. Over here, I use them over here in the library. It's a very curious thing. They shouldn't be saying that. Because those things are incredibly far away. But in this room, they don't even have them in. So if it's saying that when they're not even spawned in, I mean, I can't just push Poppet out of the way. It's fine. I'm not saying voodoo doll, but those also aren't near there. Right. Yeah, it's getting blocked by things that are super far away, so curious. Like, it doesn't even have a collision thing, it's just literally hitting with this, which is why it's weird. I want to block Poppet specifically. Trapping the player is the problem. If an enemy gets trapped, I only marginally care. I mean, it's a little weird, but I can fix that too, but... Okay, now that's just weird, because it's set to only do it if it doesn't block Poppet. Actor begin overlap, stop. That's it, just stop on actor begin overlap, nothing else. I think sweep is hitting something else. I think it's actually hitting the cupboard itself. Yeah, I mean, it's just hitting everything. There's not even a way it can actually... Way up there works. So... That's super far away. There's nothing that would be hitting that up there. But if I close that one, can I open this one then? No, they're not hitting each other. You are seeing the drawer. And that's what I'm working on. As you can see, it's just a drawer. I guess technically there's like a scene. Scenes don't impact anything though. Is there collision on the knob? Actually, that's an idea. Is there collision on the knob? No collision on the knob. Is it hitting itself? That'd be funny. Oh yeah, no, the collision is set to be exactly the shape of the thing. It's not complex collision. The actual drawer itself. Yeah, is that collision for like that? Pretty certain. Double check. What's on project default? Actually, what I use for that thing there, because maybe it's not as good as I think it is. Though I'm able to get inside them, so it's... I mean, it's basically that, so it's pretty close to, you know, perfect. It's probably the knob. Because it wasn't even hitting that. I don't know why it did the other there. We're waiting, we're waiting, we're waiting. Nope. But that far up works. I don't even know how to view collision in the world. Show collision in pie. Maybe. Account while the game is running, of course. And that's jerky. The thing that was weird is when it was reporting what it was colliding with, it wasn't reporting the dresser that was colliding with, it was reporting random enemies. So somehow it's hitting enemies in spite of the fact that it itself wasn't anywhere close. Which I think is what's weird. So that is why I found it to be strange, but I've quickly learned when doing something like this that if it doesn't have an easy immediate solution, dump it, just move on. And the reasoning for it's actually just really simple. I could spend all this time wasting time on something that's very minor, or I can, you know, when I come up with a better solution, just come back to it. Which is usually the better choice, because bashing your head into a problem just means you usually don't solve it very quickly and you spend a lot of time on it. This problem is not particularly important. Oh, we'll move on. I'll go back to building things. Then I'll probably think of something later like, oh yeah, that! Oh. But before I do that, I was going to do out hit actor and see what that said, because the sweep hit result is probably actually more accurate. Actually, I probably should just do that. Who am I kidding? Fine, I'll do that. I realized that was something I was planning on trying, and then I forgot about it. Yeah, but I did have one thing I wanted to try, so I may as well do it, I guess. Now we're gonna do it in room with enemies because it wasn't working in a room with enemies. I could do it in a room without enemies, but I gotta get rid of a bunch of stupid geometry brushes in the upper area because I was building stuff and it slows the game down so much to have those going. Yeah, okay, it's hitting the cabinet doors. The other thing was just wrong. Oh, I see. First off, why do I even have a scene here? Well, thanks. Sleep well, all that, and you know, thanks for the ideas, definitely. Because you know, might not have solved the problem, but got me a little closer. So it automatically stops though. That's the one I don't want. It means it'll stop before I check for the parent. Because I was like, well, I'll just check for the parent. If it finds the parent, tell it to keep going. But that's not how this works at all. Upon hitting anything, it would do that. And it's hitting the parent, which was what I was expecting. I was just confused by this overlap thingy saying who knows what weird crap. That wasn't what was blocking all along. I was like, how can that block? It's not even close. But what if I make these smaller? We still blocking? I'll have to go through every one of these and double check to make certain they don't block. This is the problem here. These top ones don't block. They work fine. I did just shrink them though, right? So I thought I did. It don't look like they were shrunk to me. Like those. So if I shrink them a bit, I can do that. So maybe like a 0.95, maybe it's a little easier for them to fit. No moving two at once, huh? A bummer. Oh, you can, it's just weird and doesn't want to do it the way you want it to do it. Why are you jumping up and down like that? Okay. It's like it's snapping in place. That is bizarre and weird. Yeah, like that. Stop that. Weird. Those top ones were pretty slammed in place anyway though, so that's weird. Like, it's like it just does it automatically. Huh. I made them smaller, so let's see if that fixes the problem. Might. Like it slams it down or something. That's so weird. This one doesn't have that problem. It's just that one that has the problem. They're not in the back of it or anything. I realized this would be such a problem. We just guessing here? Is that what's happening? What I thought would be an easy error to fix there, I was like, that's not a problem. That one came out. That one didn't. That one didn't. Shoved itself in. That one worked perfect. What height are you at? I think I probably adjust it to being, you know, the full number here and not a fraction of it. So it would be like 39.79. Apparently this is not quite as far down as I think it is. I'm gonna check a bunch of them here and see if they which ones are the right height by doing a couple different ones there. Good times. This might make it worse. It might be more fun if they just get opened up anyway, but that one actually popped out. Will I hold these to stop attacking me? Or not? That one works, so 12.9 is the one I need there. Is still okay to jump into? Like, are they weird? Not really. They seem kind of fun to me. That one does not work. Doesn't work, and those two do work. Well, this one needs to be pushed in a bit. Okay. So 12.79 is the magic number here. I mean, the 0.79 might not be necessary. We'll do 41.79 here to see if that gets to that there. And then we're also going to take this here and look at the wonderful green number there. You go to this finicky weird drawer and change it. A finicky weird drawer is everything you would expect from a finicky weird drawer. It's just weird. Might not work if I do this, but I'm hoping that putting them in that where they're actually closed would be kind of nice, you know? Some of these ones are pretty far out there. We know these ones work here, so, well, we don't know if that one works, but we know these other ones work, so 22 for all of them seems reasonable. Unless they break, in which case 23 it is. Because we know the 23s work, so. I will have to fix a couple other ones that have the same thing. That's fine. Nope. So 23 is actually the number I need because at 22 they're all blocked. Okay, well, glad I put them all in 22 before I checked that. I have no one to blame but myself on that one. That's all me. I decided visually looked a little better, but clearly I was mistaken. Half tempted to put a for loop in there and instead of actually a construction loop and do it all instead of like that. It's a big pain to do for something that's not gonna be changed that many times. Like, I mean, it's probably unnecessary. Whole, you know, programmer solution that takes like an extra week what would have been done in just a couple days, you know, sort of scenario. Like, yeah, it's better if you want to change it a lot, but are you really gonna change it a lot? And the answer is hopefully not. So I'm changing it a lot. What am I even doing with my time? Where'd that close? Oh, the door's over. Never mind, I didn't close it. I just head off to the side. I don't recall closing that. I just head off to the side. This just does it automatically for me. I don't even need a begin overlap stop here. I mean, next time you do is try to close, I guess. But I don't need this anymore. Probably. I think the only ones I've done it on are... Well, actually, first of all, why are you always this weird drawer? What is up with this one particular drawer moving in a bizarre way and just in general being stuck out when it shouldn't be? I mean, like... So let's just delete drawer 3, okay? Duplicate 4, 5 there. Sure. Because I don't know what was up with that drawer. And drawer was possessed. Every time I tried to move it, as everyone saw, it just kind of did weird crap. Maybe it's the curse of drawer 3. See it. We will rename this to drawer 3 in honor of the late previous drawer 3. Son of drawer 3. Just to double check that that one works now. It does matter. These are used in order to, like, you know, climb up to areas, so it matters a lot. Probably my favorite way to get up to the areas. Sneak up on it. Successfully snuck up on it. It worked. Good enough. They were just placed haphazardly in there, and that was terrible. Fair. And then I also use them in... I know there's something else I used them in. This thing here. Well, let's see which one's open first off before we get crazy here. Maybe they all just open injured there. Well, maybe. Anything's possible. I mean, I guess. Nope. 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 I don't think I can reach the top one from here. I most certainly can, and not a single one opens. Excellent. Well, it's best to start it off right. I wouldn't want one to open by accident. More fun if they all just kind of get stuck. Well, the first thing I'm going to try doing is actually I'm just going to try moving them out a bit, right? Try like -2. That's sticking out a little more. Maybe -3 is the number we're looking for. Just because we saw that they can be stuck in a little too much, and that can be a problem. Big problem. Really? And then, am I moving anything else around here? I guess I can move one up. I want to see if they work first, I guess, now that I pulled them out a little. They're also not wide enough either. I did adjust the drawer overall. I'll probably have to go through and adjust them slightly here to be a little wider. And they were always stretched. It's just they weren't as stretched. Yeah, they don't even fit very well. Well, let's see if they're like the right distance out. No, had nothing to do with that and everything to do with the other. Alright, well. Everything's supposed to do this, and I gotta expand it out a little bit to the sides here. Probably too much. More accurate here. Move that one up a bit, so let's move this one up a bit. I'm just gonna guess some numbers and see how it goes. Okay, not that high. I don't want them hitting each other, that'd be terrible. Also, I already set the door handle, I say the handles to not hit anything, so. Just in case. Oh. I mean, they're already sticking out a ways, so I don't think that that's the cause. Maybe it is, though. Maybe it'd be even farther out. I guess I could eliminate all possible actions, all possibilities of death by sticking them really far out. You know what? This might be doomed from the start. Because they could be stuck in the wall back here. Because they're too thick. A thick boy in there. 0.5? What if I do that just so they don't stick in the back of the thing? Because that could also be a... I think that might have been a problem I had earlier. I just didn't worry about it because, well, I wasn't worrying about collisions for the most part. Now that I am... all the little things you never think about when you're making games. At least I never thought about them. I mean, maybe everyone else thought about them and I'm just the weird one. Entirely possible. I think that was probably it. They were sticking out too far, so we know 0 works, right? Because one of these is at 0, I think. Yeah, one of them is at 0. Actually, that was a -2 and that one worked. So what am I doing? Let's put them at -2 because -2 actually looks like they're closed. Kind of important, you know? I mean, like, I guess I could just leave everything open. Bizarre. And then even that's like, they're a little too small width-wise, though. I guess the top one looks okay, but they're different. Okay, they're different sizes. Oh, that explains much. .4, not 3.5. And you tell I just did these at some point, tossed them in and said, we good. Just in case it wasn't super obvious, that's what I did. That's what I did. I already put in the right thing there. That's much better. Now they look like they mostly fit. I wonder if I can get away with a -1 on those or not. This one we're going to put a -1, actually -3, just to see if it makes a difference. Because -3 looks like it's actually closed, so it's probably it, but I also did shrink the size, how much deep it was, so it's not grabbing the back of the thing anymore. Oh, maybe it'll work? Not, I'll just put it at the other. It's not going to make a big difference in the game. Poppet is tiny though, so you do see all this crap. Oh, perfect. Nice, nice. Everything is good. Okay, so those work. I believe that's the last one. Didn't do it in many things. There's just a couple of them had this option. Mostly because the problem with the drawers is you can easily just get up things. So as long as you can just get up things, it's kind of ruins a lot. Like, I mean, just there's no platforming. It's just you can just use it to get right up. So these ones are a little less good. The ones with the drawers next to each other are just a stairway for all intents and purposes. These don't have drawers in them. Perfect. These don't open. I kind of want to replace them because they don't open, but it's fine. Well, scratch that problem. Not fixed how I thought it would be. There's a room image problem in the painting world? Wait, what? Those are easy fixes usually. Some of the other bugs, I've only got them once, so it's hard to really even call them a huge bug. I wish I'd remembered which one was which. As far as those are, I'll just open them all up. Oh, the new life room's already always open, my bad. These only show up if Poppet's actually unlocked them, so I have to add them to her thingy real quick, otherwise she can't see them. Oh, there's no carnivore room one anymore. There is the library and the forbidden hallway. I guess I should put them in order they're in on the thing to make it easier to remember, I suppose. I don't know why that one appeared on the bottom. I guess to be fair, I deleted the top one there, and that might actually be like an array that's holding them all, so just put it in the first slot. Sure. Alright, which one's missing? I guess I could have just clicked on the thingies to see. Wait. Guess I have that available too. I need to update the picture for that too, but I'm going to change around. That one's also not hitting the ground there. Good to know. I guess I just meant that I needed to take a new picture. I'm ready to get cursed back because of these paintings. I think I just wanted a new picture. Like that one has the targeting thingy on it still. Nice. So I don't believe that's as much of a problem, and none of these are actually wrong. Not a good picture, that's true, but I don't care if it's a bad picture when I'm going to replace it later. Okay, so... Oh yeah, the shop items don't work right. That is a problem. That is a problem indeed. Am I setting this somewhere else? No. It's instance editable too, so that means that it would have been different on each of these. They spawned the first time just fine. Guess I have to set up a test then, if that's the case. I believe the library is probably the closest to. Actually, it was. Oh, it's Forbidden Hallway. Oh, I need to set the NPCs to be unlocked. It is the stupid. Can't test the NPCs if they haven't been unlocked. NPC? Oh. Gotta be on Poppet or it didn't work, because Poppet's the one who has all the records of everything. Duh. Our mini pop's having problems. I'm probably just saying, I don't know what to do about her. Well, what I would like to do is make it so that she doesn't keep saying her name over and over every time I go to the level. There was something very wrong with this character. Hmm. Oh, thanks for the setup, Daniel Wilson. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Psych Owl. How's everybody doing tonight? Or today, whatever it is for you. It's 4:04 a.m. for me, so I guess that's still night for me, right? Does that count? All right. I was checking to see if she was destroyed. Then begin play, blah blah, actions here. Theirs is listed as actions, huh? That's interesting. Oh, event destroyed. This is the thing here. Sure. Gotta destroy your hair too, because if you don't destroy your hair, it'll just sit there in the world. Cannot escape. It is there forever. Forever. How long have I been doing game dev? I started in 2019 with RPG Maker, then took like a 2.5 year break and came back to Unreal Engine, I don't know, a couple years ago. A good like probably 12, actually probably 14 months of that is me working on this game. Might actually be only 13 months. You know, it blends together. I keep taking breaks because of health problems, so. You know. Yeah, I did start with RPG Maker at the end of, no, it was, might have been the beginning of 2019. I remember because the nearby town of Paradise was on fire. And you couldn't go outside because it was too toxic to go outside. I took up RPG Maker because I was stuck inside for almost 2 weeks, and I was just like, well, I can't go outside. I guess I'm doing this. And the rest they say is history. Alright, so she has items, they spawned. That was weird. There's always little bugs I find along the way. It's a lot of fun to find them. I find them like going, oh boy. Not that that bug matters that much. It's just did a weird. It put me back to the player start there instead of on the other level. It'll do. Oh, nice. Welcome to the addiction. I mean the engine. I meant the engine. It's an addiction. And I come back here and she doesn't spawn them. Right. Okay, well. Let the games begin. We will solve this problem. By we, I mean, well, mostly me. But, you know, maybe others will help. Possibly. Nice. And I haven't used Git in a while. Not since I did all those plugins for RPG Maker, and I put some of them up there like that and let people update them if they wanted. And I was like, okay, cool. But I don't use it for this. I just make backup copies of the game every day. Put them on multiple hard drives, so this way if one of them ever breaks, which one of them did, I'm still safe. I don't really care about that. Oh, I know what I was doing. Let's play the game. And the game is why in the world does this work once but not twice? And the worst part was, it used to work. So somewhere along the line, I did something dumb. Ah, the story of my game dev career. What game are you making, Psycho? Or what are you making, I should say? It might not be a game, I guess, but... What you doing with the engine? If it's even spawning the actor in first before we get too crazy. Oh, well. That's dumb. You can't do it in that order. I just was trying to keep the same angle on it for some reason. Sometimes I am the dumb. Figure I'll fix all the game breaking bugs, and then after I fix the incredibly not game breaking other thing. You know, you worked before this. Now you don't. What is that? Just different color? Well, that worked. some screenshots of this. Yeah, this game mode with the test on causes this bug, so I don't care about the bug, because, I mean, it only happens when using the test mode. I don't care about the test mode. Never did. Oh, okay, that's nice. Not working on any game, just building small stuff like shooting, driving, about 7 behaviors, interaction system, simple parkour system, combo system, parry system. Have a whole game in there if you cram all that together. I don't know why I'm jumping around like an idiot. Oh, that's fun to do for no reason, since I'm testing. I don't know why I'm doing that. I just have the record of those things. So the first time, oh nice, yeah. Get yourself a little template to build games off of. Kind of what I did a how to make an X type of game where first it was a platformer and then the next thing I did was an open world RPG, and I just followed a tutorial and then I just started adding things to it, just saying, how can I do this? How can I do this? Not using that project anymore, but still. Nice. Sounds like you're about ready to go there. So what do you think you're going to make when you actually do decide to make a game? What you doing? What kind of dream game you got? Inquiring minds would like to know. Let's play the Where Does This Break game. An extra N for goodness. Perfect, perfect. Nice. I remember trying to test out air combos for this. The thing that really was, I think, the most difficult, I mean, I figured out how to kind of lock an enemy in place in the air, like launch him and lock him. But a lot of the times it was just successfully hitting the things, like the animations didn't chain together very well. That's pretty bad. Oh, Keelman, thanks. I'll shout you out here. How was your stream? What cool things did you do? Arrows. Yes. Arrows to you. I'm trying to figure out why my shopkeepers have decided that there are no sales today. They're like, nah, man. Shop's closed. I'm like, but I want to spend money. And they're like, nope. We work for Fab now. We don't do sales. I'm like, what? Why do you work for Fab? Why Fab? You're out to get me, aren't you? So it is. Trinova? I haven't even heard of that one. What is this Trinova? I have so many questions. I will take a look. I'm without the sound, of course, because it's also streamed to YouTube, and copyright infringement is the bane of my world. I mean, it's got waifus. I automatically approve of waifus. I mean, because why wouldn't I approve of waifus? I mean, it's a brand thing. All right, all right. Waifu in futuristic world. We got it, we got it. Summon waifus. Pretty good, pretty good. That's cool. I should just jump ahead because I don't really want to spend a lot of time. Customize the waifu. Very important. Okay, here we go. I was like, there's gameplay, right? Cool. Okay, yeah, this looks exactly like, you know, one of those things. Fair enough. But with waifus, so it's automatically better. Nice, nice. Huh. That's because the waifus have all the hair to protect them. Oh yeah, I just picked a random one that said gameplay. I wasn't expecting good. I just want to see what it looked like. I'm not going to be watching matches of it or anything, if you know what I'm saying. I'm just it's cool. I mean, probably not something to do, but that's fair. I don't even play games anymore. I wish I did. All the personality. I mean, personality is good in the game. Like I was saying, that he is working on his ground and air sword combo. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, you have to let me know how that goes on the air combo stuff there. Still kind of want to add it on mine, but I just have the wrong animations. It just doesn't work right. Yeah, I mean, I can see that the huge tracts of land, you know, the massive talent, you know, who am I kidding? It's just booba everywhere. I mean, how are you going to play this game? The personality is so strong. Waifus everywhere. I should just make my game about waifus. Well, fair enough. Well, thanks again for the raid and dropping by and talking about the most important of things out there. Let no one tell you different. As a gentleman of culture, I like to discuss the important things in life. Yes, the most important types of pairs. Okay, well that didn't work the way I wanted it at all. Beautiful. My only regret about making a game with toys is all the waifus can't be all that waifu-y. Most of them are just toys, so. Can't sell the game based on just looks alone. No stellar blade here. I can't even get back from there. That's fine, I don't have to get back from there. Broke right here. Why? Shopkeeper 3 is where it broke. Yeah. Well, that was the joke amongst a lot of the game devs we've had, where it's like, okay, well, you know, you put a bunch of waifus in your game, right? And then if your game doesn't sell well, you re-release it as the adult version. And the joke behind that is the most successful seller on Steam does exactly that. They take games that failed and re-release them as hentai versions of the games. Apparently it works really well. I'm not looking to do that myself, but it is, you know, the running joke at this point. You're just like, well, I guess that's the plan if things don't work out. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, sex sells. Been like that through all of human history, and it isn't gonna change ever. At any point, it's just gonna always be that way. And the vast majority of people playing these games are in fact guys. So, you know, I'm just saying. Not all of them, obviously, but, you know. You can put attractive guys for the women, too, if you want. It's not like it's... I mean, okay, well, that does kind of act as a negative for me. Yeah, Ben. I mean, I've watched people play Bayonetta. I've never had a system it's been on, I think, but... Oh, I didn't have a system for the newest ones. I played the original. Does it really? I mean, does it really have male characters? Yeah, okay, sure it does. Never seen any of them. I just don't see any male characters in games. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's not a thing. I don't know what to tell you. It's just terrible. I know. Must be something wrong with me, I guess. Nah, they're awesome. I guess. I suppose. Thanks for following, MC. You were just in time for a discussion of culture. Yep. It's the most important of things. Things of true culture. Anyone who says different, I guess they just have better eyes than me. I don't know what to say about that. I guess they're just making fun of me for my obvious disability, being unable to see random guys in games and only see the attractive women. It's a terrible disability. My struggle is real. I mean, clearly, I just don't know my story. Alright, well, sleep well. Hopefully you two can develop the same disability I have so you need not see those male characters ever again. Thanks for the lurk. Yes. And the quack. Important. It's actually taking up a number. Which one, though? It's not taking it up at all. It's alternating between two of them. But we'll make my job a little easier here, because right now I'm summoning two NPCs that have shops, and I don't need them all together. I'm just going to summon the one shop. It makes my job easier by far. And YouTube's going crazy at the moment. I'm so happy that they're watching. On Twitch, you're okay too. There's like 77 people watching on YouTube suddenly. There aren't even raids on YouTube. I mean, bless the algorithm and all that. So when it works. Shopkeeper 2 retries a lot. Why? I didn't think I programmed this badly, but apparently I did. Is there like blank spots on everything? Which one you at? You right here? No. Or this one? I'm assuming it's because it's randomly in there and it's somehow pulling the wrong things. Like there might be some empty spots. Well, the item reference is real. Those are all correct. Screenshotting what I'm doing so I have all these print things really helps because, you know, I won't remember everything. But it fails a lot. On 2. I know I misspelled shopkeeper. I guess I deleted the P in ER. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I mean, I know now that I just spelled it. Sometimes you misspell it once, then copy paste it over and over and over. At least it's only, you know, a print string, so I don't give a crap. But it is kind of funny in a weird way. I use white. I never use white. I always pick a random color, but... Oh. Why? It found something. If it found something, why is it... That's an interesting question. They'll eventually spawn too, out of curiosity, right? I could just try it a million times, but eventually figure it out? Sure. And in a random location, that's fine. Is this yielding a -1 or is it yielding something else? Because I thought -1 meant that it didn't find anything. I could have sworn that's the whole point of it. Why you use -1. That time it was just golden. It just did its thing and was like, okay, cool. So... I can see it's counting up. I don't think I actually need certain numbers anymore. Like the 3 is and doesn't change ever. But it looks like most of the time it's failing right there. But here it actually said -1 anyway. and then went on with its thing. It didn't stop. And that is very curious. Well, actually, no, that's right, because -1 says if it's not there. Because I'm only having it spawn each item once, so it doesn't spawn duplicate like power-ups and things like that. And once you've gotten an item, it can never be gotten again from there. Because everything in the game that's sold from the shops is a unique item. So you would want it to do that. But here's what's weird. Right here, it did the -1. It went to shopkeeper 3. Or shopkeeper, as I apparently wrote it. So, you know, it's very important. Shopkeeper. Shopkeeper 3 is where? Right here. Sure. It did those. Fine. Comes out to 0, and the other, let's see. Out again. Just studying this to see where it failed at. This is the confusing part here. Because when I did it again, it got to -1, it did the thing like that, and it continued on. Before like that. Here it also did that, but then retried because these came out as already being a thing, which, wait a second. Is that confusing? No, because the health upgrade is here, right? And it's only allowed to spawn at once, so that's actually correct, because it hits that and that's where the break is. And then the sanity upgrade. Okay, so that time it worked perfectly fine. Do it again. Ran through them all, sure. I mean, this is what you'd expect. Like, it goes through that, and it could probably be done more efficiently than what I'm doing, sure. But when I leave and come back, it just had to end up over in this room without any kind of painting, huh? Fine. Wait, there's not even an easy way from this painting. Whatever, I'll just do it again and then try to random do a different painting. That one worked fine. Sure. Honestly, I don't actually know why I have the test mode on there. I don't need the test mode on. This new life room would actually just take me to the new life room in the other one, so... Right by a painting. Actually, all of them would. Making my life hard for no reason. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not going to be what I want. Let me just go ahead and turn testing off on that, because it's actually not helpful in this instance. Because the testing mode I have is so I could start at specific boxes on that map with the normal stuff set up for the game mode there, or the regular game. It all spawned. Perfect. Perfect. Does it anyway. I wonder why it moves you to a player start immediately upon doing that. It doesn't usually do that. Well, I keep making a lot of changes, so new bugs get introduced along the way. Little visual glitches aren't a big deal. Okay, the right game mode is enabled on... Wait, let me check the other map. I might have the wrong game mode enabled on that map, and that's probably why it's not working at all. We're waiting. The map's huge, it just takes forever to load that one. I'm forever being relative, of course, but feels like forever sometimes. Game mode? Oh yeah, the wrong game mode. Fair enough. I was like, but why? It makes no sense. This is the last major bug. It would be playable all the way up to beating the first major boss. Not the first boss, but the first major boss. So it'd be playable for about an hour and a half. If I fix this. It's playable without that, you just can't get any of the upgrades, so from the shops, which does nerf you a bit. It's so weird. Figure that bug out in a bit too. I think the painting needs to block the camera too while I'm at it, because otherwise you can look through the painting and that's kind of weird. Actually, it blocked it there. Yeah, the painting itself has to block camera. Good to note. Did you work? Yeah. I'll go into one of the ones. I'll also break this. I can out of anger and rage. Let's break them. Oh. I don't really care that much, but still. I think the reason why it's jumping me out of the paintings is I don't have a player start, and it's the first player start it actually gives me. Because there's no default player start on this map. You don't start on this map. It assigns you one the first time you go through a painting. I could set a default player start. I probably should. It would only be relevant in testing, so you know. I don't know why I'm crouching running through there, just something different. And this time it failed horribly. I think I have an idea here on what's causing this. I think that the spawn array is not actually being cleared, though I don't know why it would save it, because you're leaving the map and this is not information that is saved. Well, let's see. Yeah, it's hitting right here where if it's already found it. Wait, but the spawned items has been cleared. Because it would make sense if the arrays weren't cleared. But I'm not clearing the shop item info .link. That makes no sense. And I'm not subtracting it from that anywhere, am I? Oh, wait. They're using the same system. Perhaps it's running this here and screwing with the, what's happening here. But this is not having anything that would be remembered. It's not even adding to any kind of spawned array at all. It's literally just going, oh, okay, spawn everything. This is an interesting track. One moment, please. Glad that's my collection for later. Well, I'm listening to all the game dev music so I can sort through it as I go. There's like over 1,000 tracks, so all the ones I paid for, you know, gotten off of Humble Bundle. There's so many. So if something is cool, I just kind of add it to there, and maybe I use it, maybe I don't, but I know these use the same system, but it is not actually removing anything from there. Interesting. And I don't think the number has really changed on the link in any way, shape, or form either. Sounds like pirates. It's called the blacksmith, so I mean technically Will Turner was in fact a blacksmith. Just saying. I mean, this is a worthless one to get. It's always going to be 3. And this one keeps coming up as 0. Because it never spawns in, because the spawn in happens way over here, which isn't happening. I think I can pretty much certain that there is no problem beyond 3. This is where the issue lies, because whenever it gets to 4, it's worked every single time. But if it fails to hit 4, it never works. This is a quick double check that that is true, but I'm pretty certain that is true. Yeah, 100% true. Well, at least that narrows down where the problem obviously is. It's something related to that. Like say every time it's ever hit 4, it worked every time. Well, and plus I can get rid of a bunch of extra text thingies because I don't care anymore about those. Not terribly relevant. I just need to keep like one of them or something. If it spawns the item name, that's good enough for me. Just to double check, when it searches here, sure, collectible curse upgrade, and it failed on that one. Why did it fail on the first one and then succeed on the others? You know what never happens? Shopkeeper end never happens. But when you come back, the spawned item thingy, which was all the way over here, well, the link to that was still 0, so it wasn't saving the spawned items. Clearly not. It isn't reaching, do I have this? Because that was like where 4 was. So I'm pretty certain it's not, do I have this breaking it? Let's double check that do I have this isn't breaking it. Wait, why is this a reset? Like... The typing skills are phenomenal. I don't know what you're talking about. I've already used that color a few times, so we'll use like this weird color. Just an additional weird color. Flesh it looks like. Huh. Shopkeeper 4 hits there perfectly just fine. Try that again. Wait. Those spawn when I went to this map? From who? I mean, I guess to be fair, those are shopkeepers, but maybe I need to restrict the map they're on. We actually get to Shopkeeper 4. It was listing her as having it already. She doesn't have those. I think. I have this. this something that happens on Poppet? Is that what the problem is? I mean, don't have this. Here, we'll just do a different color just so they're not identical. I don't really care beyond that. I'm assuming that she's saying that she has these, which shouldn't be possible because she's not awarding herself those things, so why does she say she has them? Unless the reference for how to get them is weird. Sure, I don't have this. That's what I want. Sometimes bug hunting's pretty bad. This system's pretty complicated, so I figured it'd be pretty bad. Should have just been testing combat instead. I could work on the boss more, make her a little better. Make her more exciting for people. Okay, well, it looks like it did the same here and spawned the item. Supposedly. Okay, that's the first time it's worked since I've left the level. Come back. But what's weird is I made 0 changes to anything. So with 0 changes, print streams don't really take time, or maybe they had a fraction of a millisecond long enough that it can process the stuff. I am a little confused by this one for the moment. And now it is working. I think. Poppet's confused too, just like me. Oh, Poppet. We're both confused here. Yes. Oh, confused. I mean, if it works now, that's fine. I don't believe I made a change that would make any relevant difference there. I'll see. If it just works, it works, you know? I have this. She somehow awarded herself those items. Well, now we're getting somewhere. Because she was never awarded the items. Do I have this? And she's finding these upgrades and things like that. I'm gonna make certain that I'm gonna give these bigger numbers just so they can't duplicate on anything on the other map, because possibly there is a duplicate one on the other map with the same name and it's somehow awarding it to Poppet. There is not a 99 of any of these on there, so in theory that should eliminate the possibility of a duplicate that's somehow being awarded to her on the other map. You would think. They don't have this here. We do it backwards. Always more fun when you do it backwards. Unless you're solving problems and you're doing it backwards and breaking them instead of solving the problems, or you took a problem that was already solved and break it instead. Yeah, I mean that does seem like some nights of how I code. I don't have this here. I have this item. Have your stats changed? Did you get awarded the item somehow? Wait, no, she has stats in the bottom. She has not been awarded these items. Oh, wait. I think I see. Well, I don't know why it's constantly how she got him in the first place, but what I can see is it's checking against just the basic name and not the unique name I gave it. I think. Oh wait, these are reversed. Oh my god, really? That would happen? Well, first of all, if that's the case, I'm gonna go ahead and swap these things here because now I feel completely stupid. The print strings will always win the day. I'm gonna go ahead and say it, they'll always win the day. Fortunately, sometimes you gotta realize that, you know, the source of the dumb is, of course, yourself. At the end of the day, the source of the dumb was always me.
Good news, I found out the source of my problems. The bad news is it's me.
Exactly. Try dialogue here. Do I have this? I'm just gonna swap those up and down so it's easier. Name of item, item type. I think should be like that direction there. Item name. Item type. Okay. See, now that's a little weird. Why have you not spawned in? All I did was swap those. And that should not have affected that in any way, shape, or form. This is checking to see if everything spawns in. It doesn't do that. Name of item collected. Sure. Event begin play actually runs a bunch of this crap here. Setup character, delay, everything loaded. Yeah, okay, yeah. There's setup character, that's fine. Savable one's right here. Alright, so from savable, I should just stall in system, I imagine. Savable, delay, yeah, sure, can be saved. Fine. Um, should I actually, yeah. As this. Doesn't have this. Before we get too crazy with these. Possible for the longest time that's been wrong. Doesn't have this. Really? I have this. Item type and name item. Mostly just altered their order. I didn't actually change anything beyond altering their order, but seeing as how it didn't swap the wires, that's bizarre. Saying you don't have this. Item type should be in red, and then switching on item type should be here. Actually, also. Sure. I blocked the chat. No. Okay, so you know, none of the paintings are working either. All I did was rotate him. I didn't actually do the rest of it, but apparently I did a lot of dumb. I'm gonna try restarting the engine and then start it back up because it could be some weird issue where it's like has decided that until I change the code on those things, it won't count it as being recompiled or whatever. Actually, I can click compile on there too just to test on the paintings. Even though it's already compiled, I've seen weird things like this where sometimes the engine just decides you changed something, I've been compiled, but I haven't been compiled, so yeah, about that. Oh look, see? I clicked compile on it, and then even though it didn't need to be compiled, there are the paintings. Which means it would probably fix every single thing if I just had to click compile on them all again, because I made a slight change to that one thing. It doesn't tell you they need to be compiled. That's just weird, but fair. Because I think the shop item problem was literally that one thing, and then because I made that change to the interface by swapping the order they were in, even though it didn't swap the chords, just moved the order on the thingies. You could do that. Cathedral of Demons. That's kind of cool sounding. How long are you? Well, I'll go ahead and add that to my collection of maybes. There's a lot of sweet ones in here. Nope. First I thought it was coming together. I don't know if it's coming together anymore. I am the sad. So, what happened then? It actually said it doesn't have this. So it should have spawned it. But it didn't. Down the road we go. You do a Pokemon Life, you can't legally say that? So it was a monster collector? That's what I heard. I didn't hear anything about a Pokemon like. It's a monster collector. Anyone who says different, nobody likes them. Yeah, this just wanted me to compile it again, I guess, for whatever reason. Oh, I think we can agree that it's never blocked there. Yeah, those things are an incredible amount of work. The people really like the sound of making them until they realize they need to make like, you know, 100 or 200 or however many Pokemon, oh sorry, monsters. Give them all stats, create an entire combat system, and you know, try to make it interesting. And then, I mean, that's like multiple years of work, like a lot. People always talk them up, but if you're gonna make one, I highly recommend you just start and you don't stop. True for any game dev thing you make. You just don't stop. Just keep working on the one thing you're working on, and you'll eventually get there. But if you restart ever, it's not worth it. Yeah, pretty much another guy. Nintendo is coming for you. There's really no hope. Abandon all hope, you are finished. Mm-hmm. Yep. I just always find it funny. People suggest the things that some of the longest possible projects you could make. And then they're always restarting. And I'm like, pick a project that's shorter if you have the inability to go very long on the projects, you know, like you have an attention span of like 3 to 4 months. Don't pick something that takes 3 years plus, you know. A lot of people don't do that. This time it didn't say I had the item. They just didn't spawn. I don't think any of this information is pertinent anymore. That's right, just make an MMORPG. Just, you know, go nuts. It's probably the most valuable thing I got from being in the RPG making community, learning what true delusion was. And being delusional myself on many occasions in it. So it's not like I'm, you know, clean on that one. Plenty of my ideas were stupid for the engine. There was no way that was going to be successful in any kind of real time frame. That's right. I definitely wish I was into horror games and not like, you know, games that are more like macabre like this, like, you know, ones that are just, you know, a bit off, like a Tim Burton thing, as opposed to, you know, if I'd been like a Five Nights at Freddy type of dev, I could have shot out games so fast. Yeah, the RM people are pretty crazy when it comes to what they want to do on these things. It's like, why do this? I don't need halfies anymore. Because I found this problem here, which was a big issue, obviously. Don't believe I need that, though this was connecting to here for whatever reason. I will leave it connected, even though I'm not 100% certain I should. Here, I thought these were always working. Dumb me. I already had the item in there, so let's see where it's breaking now. Because there was already a thing all the way at the end here that never does, the shopkeeper end, which is interesting. Yeah, common sense, you know, it's the best genre to be in. First-person horror has got to be the easiest thing you could make. Basically the best choice, but listen, I decided I wanted to make a big Metroidvania game instead. Okay, well, it says it doesn't have them. But where did they end up? It's clearly... It's getting all the way up into 6 here. And after 6, it says it spawned this in. But the location is all wrong. So, is the spawn locations just wrong on this? What do your spawn locations say, lady? She has 5 spawn locations, but that means she should pick one of them. It actually goes through each one. This is do n -1. This might have been easier just to make a regular inventory, a regular shop system. Oh yeah, loud equals scary. It's true. Random jump scare thingies. I mean, it's wild to watch because, you know, if you make a puzzle game or you make some, like, you have to make really complicated puzzles that, you know, make people have a hard time. You make an RPG, and because there's a lot of time for them to stop and think about things, you got to make it pretty hard or they can't think about it like that. You make a horror game, they're so worried about being caught by the thing that the puzzle can be the most brain dead, stupid thing possible. But because they're so worried about that, and it's keeping their attention so much that they don't care. Half the puzzles are like, go find a lever, put it a lever and thing and yank it. I mean, like, connect this cord to this cord, or this socket here. You're like, this is not hard. Like, what are we doing here? Like, go look at like Poppy Playtime chapter, I don't know any of them, but chapter 4 is like I want to reach recently, and like half the puzzles are like, okay, take the cord and wrap it around this thing as you're running over here, and then stick it in this, and you're like, okay, but the fact that there's like, you know, things chasing you makes it like enough engaging that it doesn't matter. Yeah, well, I mean, like, they have the best strategy, right? Because they allow for easy reactions, like, oh my god, what the hell, you know, kind of things like that. All these people can fake, you know, the YouTubers, the other streamers like that, you know, they can just, I never fake any reaction, and 100%, it's all true. Yeah, they can just easily fake it, and you don't even have to pay them to, you know, advertise your game. They'll play it for free because they can make content. You know what's hard to make content on? An RPG. Unless your RPG is like AAA amazing, sure, but otherwise, you know, it gets hard. There's less content creators making content off it. So, you know, you have a short dev window. You don't have to make anything terribly complicated. It just needs to be scary. And people will jump on after, oh, you don't have to make them as long, because horror games don't have to be anywhere near as long. They don't have to be super graphically great because people don't stop to look at things because they're running in fear. Oh yeah, you're away for Square Enix, sure, but just for a lot of people, making an engaging RPG is hard because of all the genres of games out there, it's the longest one. I mean, you're probably going to need to have at least 30 hours of content, which for a solo dev is nuts. Like, engaging content for 30 hours, just content for 30 hours is already ridiculous. So, it's a little awkward, you know, to have to do these things. Like, this is one of the worst genres to pick in my mind. Definitely one of the worst. Not saying it's impossible, it's totally possible to make one happen. You're gonna be at it for a really long time. No two ways about it, you kind of have a choice. Actor, location. I'll delete a lot of this later. I'm slowly deleting things as I go, but I'm just trying to figure out what in the world is a thing here. Like I say, this has never happened, so. 2-hour max RPG? Yeah, I don't think your dream of a monster collector that lasts only 2 hours is gonna fly. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that one right now. I think we can all agree that if Pokemon lasted 2 hours, nobody would like it. The whole point of those monster collectors is to collect all the monsters, and if you can collect them really easy, it's not that fun. So it's like, well, supposedly put them in the right locations. Supposedly. I'm just seeing if it's spawning them in the wrong locations. They vanished. Interesting indeed. The plot thickens. Apparently there was a lot more wrong with this than I thought. I'm assuming they're marked as temporary. Somehow. They shouldn't default to temporary, but even here this should mark. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, 2 hours, like you wouldn't have any time to really use the monsters, like or train them or anything. It's like not even collect them all. Like how quickly you beat all the Pokemon games? It's just if you literally skipped everything. Except for just the most base Pokemon you need to win. I think it'd take longer than 2 hours. But you're going to want time to use all these to train them up and do all these things? I mean, there's no way that game is going to be 2 hours long. The problem is with the items themselves vanishing. Just to check, the parent for this is sure. Is temporary default on? It is temporary, sure. And this one's not set as temporary, is it? Oh. I'm assuming it's checking and finding that I already have it. I just can't see it happening. I mean, like, maybe people in chat can chime in and tell me I'm wrong, but I just get a sneaking suspicion I ain't wrong on that one. Maybe I am. So close to solving this here. Definitely taking 2 hours? Maybe. I mean, like, I keep adding to my game, so it keeps getting longer and longer, and it's like, oh, it takes me this long. I wonder how long it takes normal people, but it'll definitely be much faster. That's true. Also, I'll be right back. Alright. Let us continue. So the items are vanishing, which is interesting. I mean, I'm assuming they're destroying themselves because they're saying that I have them. It spawns them in, and it's like, it obviously is checking that. All right, well. As item. Doesn't have item. These ones are blue, so it should tell me that. Doesn't has item. Whatever. They vanished the other time, but this time they're fine. Random curiosity, can I get up there? Sure can. Okay, well that works. I missed any messages while I was stepping out for a second? Maybe. Oh, okay. We'll capture their lepus if we haven't already left. Turns out those bio breaks, you know, I drink a lot of alcohol or just drinks and anyway. I don't even know what I'm typing anymore, but I have an idea of what it says, so it's close. I ain't demanded too much. Yep. So why did they vanish that other time then? Or wait. Okay. Yeah, they're right there. I didn't try restarting the engine just to see if that would fix the problem, because sometimes weird crap like that does fix the problem. Not often, but you know. And there they are. This is clearly reversed somehow. Because I don't have all those. They're not even programmed in the game. Ooh, my concept airship thingy doesn't even make her hair vanish. It's terrible, but it's funny anyway. Apparently fixing one problem has led to a whole catastrophic amount of problems. Interesting. I think it's just needing to recompile each thing. individually. Yeah. Well, there you go. But now why is the UI all weird? I'm just gonna click compile on it and see if that's the problem. Like it just wants to compile again but didn't compile itself. I just have this sneaking suspicion that it just wants that. I'll click save too. Now I have 0 of them. Well, looks like the shop stuff's not working now. In the most boggling thing possible, for some reason it works. Not usually how I like to solve a problem. I mean, I did fix one obvious glaring problem. That's true. I don't want to pretend like I didn't do that. It's just a little strange that it fixed the other. Well, it caused the other ones. Okay, I clicked delete on something and I wasn't sure what it was. That thing didn't vanish, so I was like, I better just undo this and try it again, just in case a problem occurred. And then there's you. Let me just click compile on you and make certain you're not doing something dumb. And there it was. I click compile on it and it's fine. Right, I suspect I'll be clicking compile on a lot of random things, and pretty much everything involved with the do I have it. That's gonna be nightmarish. Okay, well, now this all works. Not the ideal way to fix a problem. I'm gonna enable the other NPCs too, just so the other ones look like they work. I'm also gonna delete this extra crap. Not a bad track, a little short for what I want to use though. Thankfully, I use a lot of parents, so the parents can usually, I only have to click to compile on each of the parents. It should fix whatever bugs I have. Alright. It's all there. Does this one work now? Sure does. Leave the level and come back one time just to make sure it works. Since I did just delete a bunch of crap, and you know how that goes. You delete a bunch of crap, one thing leads to another, and you accidentally delete the wrong line somewhere and foobar the whole system. Better to figure out that now than later. I'll design some levels after this. Oh, more of the map works. At least I resolved one of the most obnoxious problems, even if it took forever. Okay, well that problem is solved. Is this even still a problem? Okay, well, don't do that. Whatever just happened there, first off. I already did this. None of that stuff I'll do right now. Well, the song's called Feel Good Victory, apparently. So, I mean, victory for solving that problem, I guess. Ain't putting this one in a game, though. Ah, man. Ah. I should probably reduce the number of enemies in this room so they don't have all the cannons and everything that are obnoxious, and maybe add some cannons to the other room. I don't hate the idea of cannons in this room. I can just put a couple of them in. Probably I don't think I could put too many. It's kind of a small area. You kind of want a third pipe cannon, I guess. We'll just add a few to this right here. Not sure you need a cannon here, but maybe. Place my earbuds in a second. The batteries are going low on them. I'll put it over here, actually. Also a bunch of clown stashes that need to be replaced with the thingy, because there's like 2 of them there that I don't want there. Also, while I'm at it, I'm gonna do one thing real fast. Can't even see it. This also has a do I have this. I'm just gonna go and click compile on it now. I'm just saying. I'm gonna switch out my batteries real fast on these things, or my earbuds. Those don't check if I have that. The keys do, though. Go find a key. Outside world. Actually, that's kind of cool. You just look over there and there's the moon. Just saying. Here's a key. Click compile on it just in case. Tarot cards do. It's one of the type of key as well. They have the same parent, but they're so integral to the game that I'm probably just going to go ahead and compile them just in case. Not many things are permanent, so it's not a big deal. And I was adding to this level here. I was going to put cannons in this first area, just to make it a little more interesting. But also, while I'm at it, I don't want these on the level 2. I can actually just destroy these. I don't think I care about them. They can go away. I'll add this one in there, I suppose. Browse to asset. +1. This is because the H load's not very good. So I do this and it makes it so that I just have less lag. The H load does work to a point, but it's maybe not amazing sometimes. Okay. See if it all spawns in. other game modes, so I can actually start where I want to look, because I'm just checking to see if these spawn in. I do not care about the other. And then you move those up. They are just a little bit stuck in the ground. So a neck does terrible things. Still in the ground, huh? Still stuck. These enemies suck because they don't actually have a movement. They just kind of sit there and fall. Well, they don't fall, so I should probably make them so they fall, because it's kind of dumb otherwise. Also, this should be rotated around. It's getting a lot better. Actually making the game a lot harder as I'm going to. It's more fun when it's hard. It really is. Like, not like insanely hard, but a bit hard. Let's make sure this spawns the right way. It certainly does. Still stuck in the ground, huh? That one's almost the right height. I just gotta make them both be at the same height, then we'll be good. Wait, how come that one's in the ground, that one's not? Oh, I'm dumb. Because I'm not copying the overall thing, I'm copying just these locations here. Relatives. At 32, huh? I don't even know why I'm thinking ahead of this. I don't even... Not even that great. Just living it up, I guess. That's not too bad. It gives you something to do in this area. There's a healing point right here, so I don't even care that much if I make it a little mean on you, because, I mean, there's a healing point right there. How hard can it possibly be? I mean, this room could probably use something of a nerf too, but... this room's like brain dead easy. But I realize there is a healing point right here, and there's a healing point right here because, well, there's no easy way back into this room. In a way, I should have just made there an easier way back into that room. There could be if I want there to be. Do I want there to be? It's a question. One of the things I could do is I could just put like shelves farther down. And something below it to climb up. Or even just something below it to climb up. This could also be like tiny shelves, I guess. Because if I do that, then I don't even have to have a thing. Like, as soon as you get strength, you could go back and you'd be fine. I kind of like that idea a little more, actually. It's a little weird, but I've also seen people do some strange things with shells before, so I ain't judging. I mean, I'm judging, but I'm not judging. I'm judging 100% judgment. I'm not judging. What am I doing with my time? Okay, well, she has to be able to grab it, not double jump. Let's turn those off because this has to be successful. That's why I double jump off, because it kind of bars ledge grabs all too easily since they're the same button. I want the first number 8, but I do not want the next two. Maybe I'll give out Strength, the Moon Tarot, maybe Temperance, and then the Emperor in the next one, and we'll see what else. Why can't you grab that? Slightly too high, huh? That means this will be too high as well, unless I put some books or something on it. Books right here. I have a lot. Honestly, I could, might help a bit. Actually, to be honest, there's probably more verticals in that. Grab a ledge? Grabba? It's mentioned that you can't grab this. Interesting indeed. We shouldn't really have to, but... So you have way back up? That's not a bad idea, actually. I like it better than the other option. I really gotta start restricting how often you get save points. I was being really kind early on, but I think I'm being too kind. And it shows. If I get rid of this, then I have access to something else I can put here instead. I could actually just have these up here and just skip this out here so you don't have access to that, and just more things to jump on. Then if you want to save, you got to go all the way back here. And that gives you quite a time before, you know, you get access to a save point, but you can just run right back too. I mean, sure, you'll have to jump down here and run back around if you want, but there's also a painting too, and the painting world also acts as a save. That's preventing you from needing to go that far back. It's not like you really have to go that far. I mean, I guess, but really? I don't know, man. So I'm okay with this setup here. It's all weird. I kind of want something to go in here. I don't know what yet. Some glowy could go in there or something, I guess. Like a pump or something. Got something that confuses them that it exists. I'm fine with that. Where is it? Lava lamp. I don't have enough pointlessly weird cool things just floating around yet. So I'm just adding them. And sometimes you just need pointlessly cool things. Game needs a lot more cords, gears, and pipes and things. There'll just be a weird thing sitting there. No questions asked. Don't worry about it. You'll just see it and be like, wow, that's there. I'm fighting new things in here. And you'll get the strength tower, which will be up here. I mean, I have it right now already, so I can't get it, but you know, and you'll jump up on these and go right on over. You'll attempt to grab and fail horribly. Like I did. Why can't I grab that? Okay. Am I gonna have to hit compile on those two? They don't have a do I have this, do they? Well, this probably does. The strength alter. Maybe. I'm gonna click compile on it for no reason, just to see what happens. I'm gonna click compile on a low block traversable, just to be certain it worked. I know the steampunk light needs it, but I'm gonna click that too. Whoa, there's a lot of them. I mean, I knew you were able to grab this before. I literally tested it to make certain you could grab it. That was the whole point. And I have strength already because, well, as you can see, it's not, it doesn't show up. I just had to compile on it. Yeah, you just get that and you jump over here into this, like, woohoo, and the battle begins. It's actually kind of cool, honestly. And this just being a completely blocked off area. Kind of like a little maze, except for there's a wrong way. And right way. And that's it. There's only two ways. It's not really much of a maze. Could be. There's no nav mesh down, so that's not really a big deal. It's not too bad. Maybe some cables or something going over here, just connecting some crap up. I'm not sure I want this here because it's so big. I mean, it doesn't have to be big. It can be small. I'm liking how this room's getting now. The ride's out there. It's no longer taken up by a save thingy. It's got some interesting things to look at. The cannon enemies are in here to make it more interesting, because the cannon enemies are honestly some of the fairest enemies around. Though honestly, maybe the cannon enemies should be the ones I use. It should be the little head rotator ones are probably easier. You can always change them out. But a big open area like this is kind of fun to have them. And it makes this open area like a giant shooting field instead, which I think is a lot more interesting. Other than this key, I'm pretty happy with things. Like this whole setup here I don't really like. Problem is it's one extra key. Not that there's much reason to go back into the new life room, and you can easily just get back in this way, so it almost defeats the purpose of a key. I guess it's fine. This room I'm not going to work on right now because I just don't feel like working on a maze right now. It's honestly just trying to see while you're inside of the pipes is kind of tedious. I don't mind it too much, but I don't also feel particularly inspired by them either. I need to do this setup here with pipes with windows. It's possible I redesign the walls around the upper area to have the pipe window set up. It'll take a lot longer. I'll have to duplicate it a bunch, but the pipe window setup is pretty good. Honestly, I could just copy this and copy those two things and just move them up and then duplicate it over and over. It's possible that'd be really cool. Actually, I don't even hate how it is, though, is the problem. Basically, for this to work, I need to make a playable setup here. Like, I don't think this could be the moon room, so it'll be over here probably. Well, I didn't really think the pipes are that cool. I mean, I guess I could have pipe windows, but is that better than what I currently have? I mean, these pillars kind of suck. That I can agree with. And they should probably be replaced by, like, one giant pillar. After I put like 1,000,000 of them down. Alright, let's just make it visible here. It doesn't stop me from making my own pillar too. What's this? I could replace this with bricks and put pillars like this. Would that be cool? Maybe. I'm gonna duplicate it. No, don't batch rename. Oops, don't do that one. Do the edited one. Maybe. Not horrible. I could do this and then just delete those. Is that the plan? I mean, maybe it is. Like if these just go bye-bye, is that bad? I'm not even certain what's bad. That actually might just be flat out better. A little weird of a shape though. You can see the bricks are kind of huge on it, so it's kind of bizarre. You can also do metal. The metal might look better just because it's metal. My favorite one. Do that. Get metal ones and then do not bricks, just do those. Like, we think we can all agree that that looks however you do it. So maybe this is better. And then I could probably put some other different coloring for the other thing, I guess. Fair enough. Keep holding control when I select, but I don't. I should shift, click the first one. Or just click the first one, then hold control. Not too bad. Be in the dark too, obviously. Yeah. Not too bad. I messed this room a little bit, but that's okay. I moved the whole room around, so it's not like I really gained much out of anything else. I knew I was going to have to change a bunch of things to have any hope of making it work. I was contemplating pipe in between this like that and a giant glass window on each thing. Instead of what I have now. And then maybe brick along the top. Brick along the bottom. So I guess to be fair, I don't actually have to do that much. What I can just do is put glass here. Did I delete the other glass? I guess so. I can do this. Let's make it 0. I don't have too many of them, and it's taking forever to load them. There. Also, huge transparent thingies aren't the best either. Not usually that bad, but just get an idea of what I'm aiming to do. Probably just get another copy of the pipes and just bend it, I guess. Is that even what I want to do, or is it fine as it is? It would no longer have all the railing stuff between it. It would just literally be one giant thing. Browse to asset. Well, I guess by that standard, does it need to even frame a pipe around it, or could I just do pipes across? Kind of like what's going on up here. And then just put brick on each thing. Is that better? One of the things I could do is I could do this too. On all of them. Apparently it doesn't change all of them, even though it's like I changed the base. Oh, well, that sucks. Would that even be better? I don't even know if that's true. Because I could just metal it like that. Instead of brick. Oh, this is going bye-bye no matter what I do. I might keep the edge ones here, I think. I don't know. Like, well, I guess in the corner I could have a tall building thing. Maybe that isn't the worst. I think I'm going to end up changing a bunch of it though, so who knows. Also green I could do too. Would a green metal be better? Actually, what am I doing? The most important thing to decide is, does it look good at night? Because they're never going to see the game during the day anyway, so who cares? It's actually hard to tell. Okay, I don't know if I like the green per se. The brick does seem a little strange. I think the pillars are probably better. Should probably get to move around for a bit here. I've been sitting for so long. It's been almost 9.5 hours. I mean, doing all this game dev. I'm not sure I like this better. I'm not convinced I like the metal better either. That was the problem. I'm not sure I want to glass that in like that or not. Maybe I kind of just like these pillars as a replacement for the other thingy. That's probably true. Okay, that's just being weird. Just click this and this. Thank you. Ugh, I hate when I do that. I should have built this whole area and then decide to make this change, but whatever. It is what it is. It be what it be. Also make the same mistake of holding control and selecting a bunch of crap. Well done, me. I don't hate it. I mean, like, they look okay. Oops. Keep accidentally hitting the Windows key. Oh, I tricked him this time. Control click the last one too. Off it again, nice. Obviously the roof's going to be reduced in so it doesn't go all the way out anymore, but it looks so cool when it's done. I'll start putting enemies and stuff. I just want the layout so you can get all the way to the end. Maybe I'll put a temporary boss there or something, I don't know. So when I do the full tour, I can have a new area to look forward to. Admittedly, the full tour would take like half the stream, so there's that. But we're getting there. You see the moon over that? That's awesome. Checking out the moon. Good. I gotta replace all these rails with better rails too. Spline rails, they bend and everything. Instead of this crap where it doesn't look good. Yeah, I like all the little, like, you know, the lattice work on those, so I think I'm keeping them. I might not want the glass. I might just leave the glass off. But having it be completely open to the elements seems kind of bizarre. Would finally give me a use for like the rain option or something. They're pretty sweet for the lightning thing. Watch lightning. Oops, hide in the chat. Actually, that's cool with lightning. Can't even see the rain happening out there for the most part. Well, this is less cool than I was expecting. Aw. Oh well. Partly Cloudy's the best looking one. Cloudy's kind of weak. The Overcast. That's just terrible though. Cloudy's like... Well, I guess Cloudy's not the worst. I'm pretty certain partially Cloudy gives you the most use of the moon, and that's probably the best thing you want, because the moon looks really cool, so... Yeah. Not too bad. Also, I'm kind of sticking in this. These bridges do look pretty cool. I gotta give them some credit where credit is due. That's a pretty cool looking image setup going on here. Of course, this room has no name, so it just says light here, but that's good enough. I don't even know if I need the word that says light and dark. I mean, oh, like light and curse or whatever. It's like literally, I think it's light and dark. If it changes the color, it should be kind of obvious. Anyway, I'll be right back. Kind of move around a little bit. Just way too long sitting. This really is just a cool image. I'm just saying. I'm just gonna go and add that to my Discord. How did I get let me add this to Discord and then I'll talk to anyone who. I miss any messages while I was getting my legs working in here. Share stream pretty much, yeah. I'm trying to go to feelings. Let's share stream continue. Pretty much. I've been doing well, pretty good. Been streaming quite a long time since well, YouTube's been getting a lot of views for whatever reason recently, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna stream longer than normal because yeah. It'd be pretty cool to be monetized on YouTube. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's like 75 people watching on YouTube at the moment. So, very excited about that. Don't know why the last week it's been shooting up a bunch and then. If I was earlier in the stream, I'd probably play through the game just to show people who haven't seen it before, but I'll have to check back tomorrow on that one. I'm already almost 10 hours in. It'll take me an hour and a half after that. I guess I could. Yeah, YouTube's been fire lately. They don't really talk though. Nor do they usually sub. They just kind of show back up and watch, which is totally fine with me. I mean, you know, I like it when people watch. Ooh, bye. Spring break? That's fair. I mean, if you know their spring break is watching me do this, I'm down. I mean, I could think of worse things to do. That's right, a lurk is a view, yes. Even on Twitch, people don't tend to talk very much. I'm used to it. It's kind of, you know, it's cool to have people interested in what I'm doing. And not be out in the bushes outside. They're, you know, at their own bushes in their own house or whatever. And maybe they have a bunch of bushes in front of the computer. I mean, you know, they watch that way. And that, I'm not judging. That's definitely a way you could watch. A little strange. A little unusual. But I can dig it. I guess. I need to get rid of some of these brushes here. It's getting to the point of being a little dumb again. The lunar room, I guess. I don't have a name for this yet. I'm just thinking this is where the moon tower is going to be. There's no name for this room at all. Oh, this is upsetting my stomach. This stuff, I don't want to know. Yeah, they're just sitting there. They're watching. They like to watch. I like to let them watch. It works out. The funny part is, man, like this stream will have over 300 watch hours on YouTube, and that's still not even a tenth of the way to being monetized. 300 watch hours on Twitch would give me like 30, 40 bucks probably. That's not true. It'd actually give me, I don't know what it would give me, but what would it give you? Did it even tell me watch hours? I don't think it does. Oh. It doesn't. But let's see. Let's take an average viewer thing here. We'll say 182 hours streamed in the last 30 days. Probably not included today. And we'll say it times it by an average of like 70 or something on there. At that point, I'm probably getting about 1,274 watch hours on Twitch in the last month. And it's been going up. Like it's going up higher and higher. But that would make this stream like a quarter of all that I had the last month on Twitch. And on YouTube, that equals nothing. It equals less than 1/10 of what it takes. Actually, yeah, 1/10 of what it takes to get monetized. Less than that. So on Twitch, that would actually be. I'm gonna go ahead and say about $18 to $19 for the one stream that I did right now, if it was on Twitch. Just in case anyone wants to start streaming at any location, I'm just saying, stream to both. I could tell you, one pays way better. How do you want any streaming on YouTube? Views and watch hours. It's no different than videos, right? Like over the course of this thing here, there's nothing. You can see that the people watching like this here. You see, for the longest portion of the stream, nobody really watched from like here on, like on YouTube, and it goes. Brrr. But take that there, 300 plus hours, something like that for the stream. 4,000 hours plus 1,000 subs is the requirement. I don't even have. I think I have not enough subs. I think I have like 316 subs, right? How many subs do I have? Huh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the 4,000 valid watch hours, like I ain't there yet. I don't even know what my total watch hours are, but YouTube is real strict and pays real bad. it's pretty much how it goes. It'd be kind of cool because it would help fund the game. So that'd be awesome. Like, any money I get just pretty much goes towards making the game better. So that'd be sweet. But yeah. Maybe like the Lunar Room. That's why it's Lunar. It's got to have Lunar. Let's see if I can figure this out. I have 312 subs, so I need to get the rest of the 1,000 subs. And getting people to sub is not as easy as it sounds. Let's see. Look at the stuff in the back here. Can I check my thing for the last 12 months? Is there anything important back here? I don't think so. And you can actually see, recently I started getting a bunch because I didn't stream a lot of this time, so you can see the watch hours is not that much. But these Orbo watch hours, these recent streams have been like huge amounts of watch time. These are all like very recent. Yeah, and for shorts you need to get like 10 million views, and that's easier said than done. I mean, I know it's easier to get views on shorts, but not that much easier. I mean, it's way easier, but it's not like that's a lot of views. And if you do that, you'll get something like sub $30 or something. It's really low. People will tell you all about it. It's like, right. Yeah, fun thing there. Say, if I get monetized on YouTube, it'd be cool. It'd probably be an extra 30-40 bucks a month just for streaming the game I was already gonna make anyway, which would just be cool. It's mostly that people are excited, if anything else. It's not actually 30 bucks ain't changing nothing, but that's what 4,000 watch hours gets you on YouTube, about 30 bucks. So it ain't changing nothing, but it'd still be cool. What am I doing with this room? So I don't even know yet. I'm trying to think of what I'm even gonna do with it. I didn't really want to make every room huge and tall, but maybe I do. I could just start building up here too. I can make a little forest or something. I guess the living room could be full of trees, but how do you even turn the trees into gameplay, right? Because if you have trees everywhere, I mean, unless Poppet can scale them to a higher point, it doesn't do anything. And trees are notoriously hard to stand on because leaves, the collision, even if they're able to stand on leaves, is terrible. It's so, there's too many collisions, or it's really imperfect collision. Take your pick. The trees aren't very fun to stand on. I didn't get a lot of nature stuff together because I didn't think I'd need it. Yeah, anyway, tangent aside, I was just really excited by the YouTube thing. Now, if I could just get 1 million people to sub, and by 1 million, I mean about another 700 or so subs. I think I get about 1 or 2 every, actually, no, actually probably like 3 or 4 a week on there. It's not that often. People watch, but they don't necessarily sub. Yeah, exactly, mister. Yeah. I just think it's so cool people are excited about it. I don't expect to ever get monetized on YouTube. I just was in shock that, you know, this week it's just been crazy on there. Do I have anything cool? I think I got rid of the Stylized Village crap, didn't I? Yeah. Exactly. As I stream, like, I'm at almost 10 hours. Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady definitely, there's definitely a lot of steady going on. Slow is not feeling like it. If I want to go slow, it'd probably be like 4 or 5 hours a day. Which would be pretty easy to do. I can do 4 or 5 hours a day, no problem. I need like a hedge or something like that. Like for like a hedge maze would be pretty cool. I don't got that. I don't think I got that anyway. At least not currently installed. Doesn't mean I can't add an asset pack for that, which I have a lot of them. I'm sure something will get the job done. I fully intend to use these later. Well, these are openable things. Ooh. Is it openable, really? I guess technically it has a lid, yeah. And I might want to use those. Anything that's rigged to be opened is very useful for me. Because, well, I mean, then Poppet can jump inside them. That's pretty sweet. Bunch of skeleton stuff, don't care about that. Pretty sweet staircases. Nick hates me. But, ugh. I'm gonna have to install something. There's just no way. I don't quite have the stuff to do this yet. So, I have the Dreamscape stuff. I was using the other trees, right? So I'm establishing that these are the trees that I use around this area. But on this one I used the other trees, right? Did I? I mean, it's indoors, so I can pretty much establish that I can do whatever I want. Because, you know, why not, right? Oh, it's Charlotte's room. I'm on the wrong side of the building. Yeah, I used all these instead, and these are from the Dreamscape Meadows. So I guess I can just start grabbing a bunch of these and dragging them up. Actually, I just have them over there. And these are size like 3. Last time I had a little miniature pond in the shape of a full moon. Or basically a spherical pond. I can do that again. It's a lot easier if I have a landscape in here. But the problem with the landscape is that they're heavy. And that's not great. Oh, I should probably end up calling this soon, even though I want to sit there and farm minutes just to... What am I doing? It's still running. In the hopes of building up like that. Let's say if you leave the lunar room, where would you end up? You'd have to come out of like one of these like that, so I'd have to have like this connect up to here, I think. Which wasn't terribly well set up to do, I suppose. Okay, I gotta get rid. Okay, first off, I should not select that. How many brushes are on the level? I should probably get rid of a couple of these, so this way... Yeah, there's 35 of them, and that's why everything moves so slow when I do that. Fine. Let's do it. Am I okay with this setup here? I don't hate it. I do kind of want to make this whole bottom area like water instead. If I did that, I'd have to delete these and get rid of this wall here. But then I could have a giant pirate village down here, which would be kind of sweet. I was thinking of having a bunch of random pirate village thingies going on. Really, this whole room over here could be like a pirate village. I could just have a big old water area that's like a pirate village with like a... Well, if I did a pirate village with like the hermit at it or something and put a giant rock formation, that'd be pretty sweet. I don't really want to put it in this room because I was going to use this as the moon room. I guess it doesn't have to be, or the lunar room. And I was going to save this room for some sort of, I don't know, something. I mean, this could be a pirate room instead, and I can just not have this extra floor. Right? That'd be kind of lame. I think that the pirate room would be way cooler if it was over here because it has a lot of stuff that looks like it'd be cool over there. But I already have this going here, and unless I'm going to merge it into there... Okay, well, that's weird. Like, I don't really want to merge it into here necessarily. Unless I want to put a barricade down and then make this a way up. It's not a bad idea. Us turning this into a separate little side room here. Of course, the problem is height issue. I guess I could have you take stairs up into this room. It's an interesting idea. Let's see how it pans. As I have way too many of these. The problem here, this needs to move over some if I'm going to turn this into a pirate room. And then my question then becomes, how big is the pirate room, right? I think it's close enough for what I'm doing, I guess. Maybe. Sure. Didn't I shrink this down? Why are you back up? This must enlarge you or something. I don't know. Not sure if I'm gonna do this, but I'm just gonna keep it as a placeholder to decide what I want to do. Maybe it stays. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I can just cheat and do this. It's a lot easier. And then I can do... Yeah, probably need to call it fairly soon. Days are just too long for me to I'm putting this in work to actually go much more than 10 hours on the stream. But I didn't work a regular job too. I would probably stream 16 hours a day. It's tempting sometimes, but it's a lot of yeah. Yeah. I kind of feel like I could right about now. But I think this will be a pretty cool room with like the water things here like that and like a weird pirate thing going on. I'll probably blockade this off and I push that all the way like a weirdo. We'll see. You'll probably get rid of these things here and just make a weird pirate room there. Potentially a way up. Pirate Cove. Pirate Cove key. I don't even know what this one is. Okay, I'm just feeling completely bankrupt on names at the moment. I mean, I got Pirate Cove figured out, but that was easy. Little room. Probably have a different name entirely. I'll put the Moon Tarot up here. Maybe I kind of like these things on the side. I don't know. They almost just like a different building, though, so I don't know. Sky. Yeah, yeah. So this room will be really sweet at night. May have little boat enemies. I'll have to make that next time, boat enemies. There's a way to make them float in the water with this stuff. I forgot how it was all set up. It can be done. Anyway, I think I'm gonna fold it here. I definitely feel like I could just fall over and sleep right about now. And goodness knows it's less than 12 hours before I'm right back streaming again, so. But you know, if I want to sleep and do work in there and eat food and things, it's definitely time to fold it at that point if I plan to that. So I'll catch everyone tomorrow, same time. For all the new people, especially on YouTube, it's called Poppet Quest. And if you like what you see, sub, join the Discord, or just show back next time. And if you don't, thanks for checking it out. To all the people on Twitch, thanks for swinging by too, as well. Catch you later, Mystery. Yep, I'm out. I'm tired. I'll let people go do whatever they want to go do at this point. Yes.